Dear distinguished guests, we are about to start. Please take your seat. If you could move forward, there are plenty of seats in the front. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Colleagues in the back, you can move up to the front. There are plenty of seats. We are waiting only for a few preparations. Assalamu alaikum. Dear guests and participants, please take your seat. We are ready to start. Thank you. Colleagues in the back, you can take front seat. Plenty of space in the front. Dear guests, participants, welcome to this high-level event on sand and dust storms, being organized by the government of Uzbekistan under the aegis of the UNCCD's 21st meeting of the Committee to Review the Implementation of the Convention, CRIC 2021. Main objective of this event is to raise political awareness on the escalating threat of sand and dust storms. Another objective is to explore collaboration, to develop and implement SDS policies. And the third objective of this event is to identify financing and capacity needs to encourage various organizations, countries, to develop design programs aimed at preventing and reducing the impact of SDS. Few words how this event is organized. We have two segments of this event. First segment consists of ministerial segment with our distinguished representatives. And the second segment is interactive dialogue with panelists. We are a little bit constrained with time. Before the start, please allow me to start the event with a small sand show from our colleague, Margarita Gamburskaya. It will take about 3-4 minutes. I have an indication that we are ready for this sand show. Please. Thank you very much, Margarita. This is a different way of looking at sand to create art. Now, with the ministerial segment, it will be chaired by His Excellency Mr. Aziz Abduhakimov, the Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change of the Republic of Uzbekistan. He is an accomplished politician and economist in Uzbekistan. Throughout his career, he took different roles. One of the notable ones I would like to mention is establishing visa-free regime for Uzbekistan for over 95 countries. And our colleagues, guests, are enjoying this now over the last several years. So please, Aziz Abduhakimov, floor is yours for your opening remarks, statements. Thank you.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all of you here today at the high-level event on sand and dust storms. And I would like to invite you all to take a look at the screen, please. This is a dust storm which occurred in south of Uzbekistan in Surkhandarya region.
Avg'on shamoli kelyapti, qarang.
Mana tomon tushib, mana tomon.
This is a dust storm that took place in Surkhandarya, a southern province of Uzbekistan on the border of Afghanistan. This dust storm is also called an Afghan wind, indicating its place of origin. Likely, no people were hurt during this dust storm. However, the effects that this phenomenon brings to livelihood, health, and environment are massive. For Uzbekistan, the problem of sand and dust storms that are becoming increasingly frequent and intense is a matter of urgency. Since most of the country's territory consists of steppes and deserts, I bring some names: the Kızılkum Desert, Aralkum Desert, which came as a result of dried up Aral Sea. Almost the entire territory of Uzbekistan is subject to the negative influence of dust storms. Desertification and land degradation resulting from unsustainable land and pastures management, intensive agriculture, construction, and deforestation. To address these problems, integrated actions must take place at all levels. Firstly, it is a unified recognition that we must rethink our relations with the land and work towards preservation of its health. Secondly, it is a political will and institutional readiness to enforce stringent measures to combat sand and dust storms. I am pleased to state that combating desertification and prevention of sand and dust storms is on the top of governmental priorities. President of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, is personally overseeing this matter and instructing the cabinet to introduce effective policies and measures to achieve land degradation neutrality. Thirdly, scientific approach. Policy must be informed by science and as such bringing together members of academia, narrow specialists and experts is essential in developing effective actions. For this reason, we are keen to bring scientists together on the basis of newly established Central Asian University of Environmental and Climate Change Studies, Green University in Tashkent. Fourth, regional cooperation. The statement that nature knows no borders cannot be more applicable than to describe transboundary character of sand and dust storms. The way farming is done in Afghanistan will surely affect the air quality in Uzbekistan. This is a fact. For this reason, enhancing regional cooperation, facilitating dialogue, knowledge and data exchange should become a priority. We have established an effective platform with my colleagues, ministers of environment of Central Asian countries. We discuss urgent matters, exchange opinions, even in WhatsApp group, which has proven to be quite effective. I must say, I propose today to expand this platform and unite a wider cycle of policy makers from the neighboring regions on the WhatsApp or any other messenger platforms. Fifth, accessible financing and mobilization of resources. Without any doubt, lack of financing or restricted access to it will necessarily hinder all efforts in combating SDS. I think the world is not short of money, but is short of innovative mechanisms in ensuring fair access and distribution. Together with international financial institutions and donor agencies, we must streamline projects that help combat SDS but also bring economic benefits. The term phenomenon is often used in relation to sand and dust storms. The word phenomenon describes a fact or situation which cause or explanation is in question. I would like to challenge this today because in the context of climate change, we can find the cause and explanation to sand and dust storms, and that is anthropologic activity. If we know the cause, we can definitely find a solution. And this is why we have all gathered here today to put our minds, consolidating efforts and building partnership for the purpose of finding tangible solutions. The government of Uzbekistan has proposed to adopt a Samarkand Declaration on sand and dust storms. I call upon all parties to support this declaration, which could become one of the major outcomes of the historic CRIC 21 taking place in Samarkand. In conclusion, I would like to thank all participants for finding time to attend this event, especially my colleagues, ministers and heads of delegations for their in-person participation. I wish you all a very productive and stimulating discussions. Thank you, Qatar Rahmat.
Abdullah, thank you very much for your leadership and sharing your notes on the sand and dust storm. We are seeing that even areas which has not experienced this before are becoming increasingly prone to this sand and dust storm and subsequently coming to high on an agenda. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alfred Prospera, the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development of St. Lucia. He's a trained forester, and during his career, his efforts made St. Lucia a pioneer in establishing national targets for the Land Degradation Neutrality Target Setting Program. Mr. Prospera, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to thank the people and government of Uzbekistan for the warm welcome and hospitality on hosting the 21st meeting of the Committee for the Review of the Implementation of the Convention CRIC 21 of the UNCCD. One of the largest Saharan dust storms on record occurred in the year 2020. It was estimated that winds carried 20 tons of dust from the Sahara Desert across the Atlantic, dumping a significant portion of that sand on the Caribbean. Mr. Chairman, I am able to provide this data with some assurance of efficacy because mere days before this event, an early warning system for African dust storms was established with funding from NASA. Through this tool, for the first time, citizens across Puerto Rico received advance notice that the dust storm was coming. Mr. Chairman, the BBC headline that covered this event read like this: "Massive Saharan dust cloud shrouds the Caribbean." That BBC News noted, tourists in San Juan, Puerto Rico got more sun than they had bargained for on Monday. Bridgetown in Barbados also appeared blanketed in the yellow dust on Monday. Cuban health officials warned residents that those suffering from asthma and other respiratory problems could see their conditions worsen. Apart from this, Mr. Chairman, I recall that in St. Lucia, where I am from, seeing the famed pitons on St. Lucia shrouded by African dust. Mr. Chairman, the Saharan dust clouds make this journey every year across the Atlantic, dumping tons of soil on land in our oceans. These events fertilize the soils of Caribbean seeds with phosphorus and other nutrients. However, the interaction between our oceans and the dust coming from the Sahara is not so straightforward. The right amount of dust feeds the coral in our Caribbean waters, but too much can cause algae overgrowth, which can be lethal. During the 2020 Sandstorms event, the air pollution monitors in the Lesser Antilles Islands in the Caribbean gave an air quality index in the red, or on a healthy range, for much of that weekend. The worst air quality was observed on the island of Tobago, of the twin island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, just off the northeast coast of South America, where air quality level was at the upper end of the scale, the brown hazardous category. Mr. Chairman, the reported health impacts included irritated eyes, ears, noses, and throats, with fine particles of silica and other minerals that can infiltrate lung tissue, aggravate sensitivities, and reduce visibility. Now we can summarize the reported economic fallout that occurs due to decreased man hours as a result of health and the impact of the tourism sector due to lack of visibility. Therefore, at this point, I would like to put forward a suggestion that can serve to elevate the profile of this phenomena, particularly for Caribbean seeds. We in the Caribbean are just emerging from the hurricane season, where through well-managed early warning systems, hurricanes and cyclonic events are named, tracked, and monitored, giving us enough time to prepare for the potential destruction. I wish to propose that a similar system be envisaged for the Saharan dust plumes that journey across the Atlantic to the Caribbean. This early warning system would name the dust system coming across the Atlantic and provide lead time before the Saharan dust storm reaches the islands, giving public health officials time to prepare and work with meteorologists on air quality alerts and with at-risk communities who would prepare for the potentially adverse health effects. Mr. Chairman, Caribbean Seeds, through the Global Environmental Facility, is rolling out an innovative soil management and land degradation project called Caribbean Seeds Soil Care. We, through the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management, PISLM, are now developing a $20 million 14-island state JEF-funded Soil Care Phase 2 project with a significant amount of resources assigned to drought and floods. Mr. Chairman, I wish to suggest that a global collaborative framework be developed to tackle the establishment of this early warning dust storm initiative for Caribbean seeds. The team may consist of PISLM, JEF, UNCCD, GCF, Global Mechanism UNCCD, the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, NASA, and interested country parties. I therefore propose that under the auspices of the UNCCD Secretariat, the government of Uzbekistan and PISLM for Caribbean seats, that this initiative be thoroughly explored and the findings be presented to a high-level panel made up of ministers and heads of states at COP16 in Saudi Arabia. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, Mr. Chairman, I commend this assignment to you, to the UNCCD Secretariat and PISLM for their active consideration. Thank you for consideration and attention.
Mr. Prospero, thank you very much for sharing your experience of sand and dust storm that has of enormous scale. I think your experience provides us good learning and what to expect. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, Dr. Osama Ibrahim Faqiha, First Deputy Minister of Environment, Water and Agriculture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, incoming COP16 presidency. Honorary Osama Faqiha, he has been serving as a Deputy Minister since 2016. He oversees development of national environmental strategy, and as a board member of many national entities, he is engaged in many international engagements. Please, Dr. Faqiha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency, Mr. Aziz Abdul Hakimov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change in Uzbekistan. Your Excellency, Mr. Ibrahim Thiaw, Executive Director of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. Your Excellency, Mr. Dunwali, the President of COP15 of UNCCD. Excellency, Honorable Panelists, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, we would like to thank the Republic of Uzbekistan for hosting the 21st meeting of the CRIC and for convening this important high-level meeting on sand and dust storms. As you all know, this phenomena has various impacts on health, on various economy and infrastructures, as well as on people well-being. Although some of it originate from natural deserts that has been always there and have a positive contribution to marine environment and others, but really there is an unmistakable relation to human impacts on land degradation, which yield several negative impacts. One of them is dust storms and sandstorms. We in Saudi Arabia believe that environment has to be approached in a holistic way, and it's an important pillar for sustainable development together with economic growth and social prosperity. In this regard, we have issued the National Environmental Strategy. We have restructured our national environmental institutions, and we have issued and pursued several environmental initiatives. One of them, and one of the most important, is the Saudi Green Initiative, which focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as improving various environmental aspects. At the forefront of that, compacting desertification by planting 10 billion trees, which is equivalent to rehabilitating 40 million hectares over coming decades. Although we believe in the firm and strong and implementable actions on a national level, we have also firm belief that environmental objectives cannot be achieved without a strong regional collaboration and international engagement. And in that aspect, we have pursued many measures. One of the most important is launching the Middle East Green Initiative, which really aims at rehabilitating 200 million hectares in a region that spans from Central Asia, West Asia, South Asia, North and Sub-Saharan Africa. And we already have 20 member countries already have joined the Middle East Initiative, and we are working actively and engaging with our regional partners to expand the membership to 40 countries and more, inshallah, within the next few months. The Middle East Green Initiative really aims at strengthening regional collaboration, sharing best practices, sharing knowledge, and really synergizing our efforts to make a difference on the ground. Because although there is a need to increase and enhance monitoring and prediction and early warning for dust storms and sandstorms, it is important to work on the root causes, especially with areas caused by anthropogenic impact. And the Middle East Key Initiative is really one of those important initiatives that really focus on the root cause of land degradation, which has impact on agricultural lands, which is very fundamental for food security for billions of people on the planet. It has a huge impact on biodiversity as well as on climate. As you know, in the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report, approximately 24% of greenhouse gases globally are attributed to various land use. At the forefront of it is deforestation and land degradation. And compared to other sectors, it is only second to the energy sector. It is also important for biodiversity. It impacts more than 3.2 billion people on the planet. So land degradation is a very important challenge. UNCCD and other international organizations are exerting great efforts. There are also efforts on national, regional levels, but really we need to do more. There are estimates now that about 2 billion hectares of land are degraded globally. That's including forest, rangelands, agricultural lands, wetlands, and other types of lands, with immense environmental and socioeconomic impacts. There are various estimates now and reports published by various credible entities estimated that if we continue business as usual, degraded land could double or triple. We could reach 4 to 6 billion hectares of degraded lands by 2050. So really, we have to act, and we have to act now to really intensify our focus to prevent land degradation, improve land management, and accelerate the action on land restoration. And this is really at the heart of dealing many problems, such as sandstorms, dust storms, food security, migration, and other associated problems with land degradation. We look forward to the outcome of the CRIC 21st meeting, the outcome of this high-level meeting, and other meetings that are very important leading to the COP16 in December 2024. We cannot achieve it without the active participation of all nations, of all relevant international and regional organizations to address the impacts of land degradation. We need the contribution not only of governments, but also of the private sectors and non-government organizations and scientific community to tackle this important and interrelated problem with huge impact on climate change, on biodiversity, and food security and social well-being. We look forward for your support. We look forward to your active participation in this meeting and all other meetings leading to COP16 2024. And with your commitment and resolve, we can make it a turning point and really inject a great momentum toward multilateral efforts to combat land degradation, drought, and all associated impact. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faqiha, for sharing your experience and immense land use, promoting sustainable land use through green initiative, and more notably is call for regional cooperation, for regional initiatives to tackle together environmental challenges. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Alain Richard Tumwahi, UNCCD COP15 President, Côte d'Ivoire. During his 2 years mandate, he aims to raise international awareness of the global and diverse impacts of desertification. He has also served as a Minister of Waters and Forests of Côte d'Ivoire. Mr. Tumwahi, please, the floor is yours for your statement.
Thank you. Excellency, Mr. Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Excellencies, Ministers of St. Lucia and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, dear UNCCD Executive Secretary, dear Chair and parties of the CRIC 21, ladies and gentlemen. Let me congratulate the government of Uzbekistan for organizing this high-level event on sand and dust storms here in the beautiful city of Samarkand. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to share with you an historic milestone in the fight against climate change, loss of biodiversity and desertification, land degradation and drought. My fellow presidents of UNFCCC COP27, CBD COP15 and I have decided to highlight the importance of national and international action to maximize delivery of the interlinked objectives of the 3 Rio Conventions. The joint statement that we have signed is setting the pace for raising political awareness, reinforcing collaboration, and fostering investments in projects that address the challenge of sand and dust storms. Ladies and gentlemen, the achievement of 11 out of 17 Sustainable Development Goals is affected by sand and dust storms. The annual emission of dust in the atmosphere, of which 75% is deposited on land and 25% on the ocean, have an obvious impact on land degradation, loss of biodiversity, and climate change. To elevate the political profile of the sand and dust storms agenda, we must first recognize the urgency of the matter. Sand and dust storms have no national borders. They affect any region with no discrimination and go way beyond political boundaries. UNCCD COP15 made it a priority by urging parties to develop policies aimed at reducing their impact and occurrence through early warning, risk assessment, and reducing man-made causes. The first step in raising political awareness is education. We need to enlighten our policymakers about the far-reaching consequences of sand and dust storms on the environment, on public health, on agriculture, and on regional stability. Armed with knowledge, our leaders can make sound decisions that prioritize sustainable practices and international cooperation. Moreover, we cannot obviate the economic impact of sand and dust storms. The financial toll of these storms, restoration of infrastructure, health care cost is substantial. Collaboration is the key. Political leaders must come together to form alliances and agreements that address the root causes of sand and dust storms. This includes tackling deforestation, promoting sustainable land management, and investing in technologies and innovation that mitigate the adverse effects of these storms. Fostering international cooperation creates a united front against sand and dust storms and paves the way for the implementation of effective community-based lasting solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we must foster grassroots movements, empower local communities, and leverage social media to build support for the sand and dust storms agenda. When we politicians see that our constituents are passionate about an issue, we are more likely to prioritize it on our political agendas. We must advocate for policy changes at both national and international levels by pushing for the inclusion of sun and dust storms mitigation strategies in climate agreements and national environmental policies. We can ensure that the issue remains at the forefront of political discussions. This is where all the work achieved by UNCCD is of crucial importance. Indeed, let us promote concrete actions such as the implementation of the recommendations made by the CRIC 21, but also the ones in the Sand and Dust Storms Compendium for assessing and addressing the risk. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, elevating the political profile of Sand and Dust Storms agenda requires an holistic approach. Let us unite in our efforts and adopt a Samarkand Declaration on Sand and Dust Storms to be eventually approved by all the parties at UNCCD COP16 next year in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for sharing your views on this SDS. That unpacking effect on health is very important, and we need to have holistic approach, including the role of education. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Thiaw, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the UNCCD. He has 40 years of expertise in various roles, including United Nations Environment Program, including International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and Mauritania's Ministry of Rural Development. Your Excellency, Mr. Thiaw, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Minister Aziz Abdul Hakimov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change of Uzbekistan, Mr. President of the UNCCD COP15, Minister from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Osama, ministers from St. Lucia, and Ambassador from the Organization of International Cooperation, colleagues, sand and dust storms, a global phenomenon which spans from northeastern Asia, from China, Mongolia, to the Middle East. The entire Middle East countries are affected. Central Asia, we just saw the wall of sand that invaded Uzbekistan. You saw the video. West African countries, North African countries, circum-Saharan countries, and the Sahel, the Caribbean, Europe, no region is spared. So it's global. Sourcing from 45 countries, sand and dust storms affect 150 countries from around the world. I live in Europe. I would have thought that the sand and dust storms I knew from the Sahara would not reach me, where I live right now in Bonn. While 3 years ago, the snow of Europe was yellow, covered by sand and dust storms. We just heard from the Caribbean countries that are affected, severely affected. Think about those who live sand and dust storms almost on a daily basis. In some parts of the world, every other day, on average, you have sand and dust storm. Every other day, you have to cover your nose, your eyes, you have to protect your children, and it is affecting the schooling of children. Sometimes schools are closed. Sometimes it is so dark that you have to put your car lights on to navigate in the street. Sometimes it is so difficult that airports are closed, ports are closed. The Suez Canal is affecting international trade. So ladies and gentlemen, this is not a small issue. It is affecting our health, affecting our economy. Sand and dust storms are not local issues. No longer. It is a global issue. So the international response is absolutely crucial. And a meeting like this, I would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan for initiating this meeting and for hosting it during CRIC 21. It is timely, and it is time for the international community to respond to this crisis. It will amplify. You heard the figures from Dr. Usama, the number of hectares that are likely to be affected by land degradation by 2050. So we will have, most likely, more sand and dust storms, because as we degrade land, we not only lose the soil, but actually we lose the topsoil. The topsoil is being lifted for thousands of kilometers away, and this is loss of productivity in terms of agriculture and food. It is loss of opportunities for those people that are living in these areas. There is the beginning of a response. There is a UN coalition of 20 organizations that have come together now under the chairmanship of FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, to assist countries in combating sand and dust storm. You heard that the 12th of July of this year was the first day, International Day, that was dedicated by the UN General Assembly to sand and dust storm. So it is a beginning of the response, but it is just the beginning. Till now, we've seen countries pointing fingers at each other, saying, you are the source of sand and dust storm. Yes, we have to fix it, but we can only fix it if we have international cooperation and regional cooperation. Sand and dust storms know no borders. They don't have a passport. They don't need a visa to cross a country or a region or even an ocean. Therefore, it is our responsibility and our collective responsibility. Those countries who feel they are safe now may be affected in the future. So it is very important that we restore land, that we fix the soil, we fix the sand and dust storms, and we avoid this growing phenomenon where it is choking people, it is affecting our eyes, and it is affecting our health. Therefore, this gathering is a good fitting for a discussion about sand and dust storm. I remember in COP12, though I had not joined the UNCCD as of yet, it was already discussed in Ankara about sand and dust storm. Now here we are, leading to COP16 in Saudi Arabia, where we are still discussing sand and dust storm. It is about time to have a global action plan and to start working on it. Action is necessary. Discussions are important, meetings are important, but action is important as well. Without action, we will continue to discuss and to talk about this for a long period of time without resolving the issue. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your encouraging note for the host country to step up efforts on combating SDS and the experience that probably SDS is not reaching today, but tomorrow we can see this event happening in completely different places or geographies where we never expected. With this, I would like to give the next role to His Excellency Ambassador Hussein Avni Buchakli, Economic Cooperation Organization Deputy Secretary General, who is a Turkish diplomatic who has served in Turkish diplomatic missions in many countries, has authored books and published several articles on Turkish foreign policy and international relations. Your Excellency, Mr. Buchakli, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. His Excellency, Mr. Aziz Abdul Hakimov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection, and Climate Change of the Republic of Uzbekistan. His Excellency, Mr. Alfred Prosper, Minister of Agriculture, Fishery, Food Security, and Rural Development of St. Lucia. His Excellency Alan Richard Donhawi, UNCCD COP15 President. His Excellency Dr. Osama Ibrahim Fakeha, Deputy Minister of Environment of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, incoming UNCCD COP16 Presidency, and His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Tiaw, UNCCD Executive Secretary, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege for me to address this August gathering today on behalf of the Economic Cooperation Organization. I express my profound gratitude to the government of the Republic of Uzbekistan for excellently convening this international conference. My gratitude also goes to the United Nations for supporting these important events. Mr. Chairman, as we all know, sand and dust storms present a formidable and widespread challenge for achieving many sustainable development goals across the globe, and it is a sad fact that the global recognition of sand and dust storms as a hazard is still low, despite its multifaceted, cross-sectoral and transnational impacts. In the ECO region, sand and dust storms have a lot of adverse impacts on different sectors, including health, agriculture, industry, tourism, and transport. For instance, according to the report by the Asian and Pacific Center for Development of Disaster Information Management, which is called as APTIM as well, in 2021, more than 80% of the entire populations of Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, and Tajikistan, and as well as Iran, in the ecoregion are exposed to medium and high levels of poor air quality due to sand and dust storms. Mitigating sand and dust storms would significantly lower the number of affected people and economic losses by contributing to safer, sustainable, and disaster-resilient human conditions. In order to do this, we must tackle the root cause of STS, which involves reducing environmental degradation in all its manifestations. Unless environmental degradation is significantly reduced, more and more countries will face the overwhelming effects of sand and dust storms. The impacts of environmental degradation and climate change could be seen as the potential of even actual source of the greatest expenses in different parts of the world. Many of the recent sand and dust storms in our region and other intense extreme events around the globe have been driven or exacerbated by nature loss. Mr. Chairman, as known, the ECO region is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world due to its geology, topography, and climate. The region is exposed to various disasters such as floods, earthquakes, landslides, droughts, and sand and dust storms that cause numerous deaths, human sufferings, and economic losses. For this reason, the ECO member states have been exploring to develop a joint mechanism to be ready for responding to disasters which damaged not only the socio-economic situation, but also the human capital in the region. For this aim, in March 2021, the ECO Regional Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction and the implementation roadmap of it were adopted in line with the Sendai framework during the 8th Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction to cope with the disaster-related issues in the region. It is not a choice, but a necessity for the ECO member states to focus on land degradation as one of the primary environmental concerns, not only in the region, but also across the globe. In the past few years, the regional project to combat desertification with a special emphasis on dust, haze, and sandstorm in eco-region, has been the only operational and meantime flagship project in this area. And the Antalya workshop on development of project to combat desertification in the ECO region, Eco Land Care in December 2021, produced a roadmap for determining the most efficient means to implement the first phase of the Eco Land Care initiative. That workshop concluded by mandating ECO-IS to follow up efficient implementation mechanism of Eco Land Care project and for the member states to explore continued opportunities to enhance cooperation and exchange the best practice among them to address challenges of land degradation. In response to member states' request, the ECO, during the Antalya meeting, and the ECO-IS created a brief document to aid in the Eco Land Care initiative inception and determine the most efficient means to implement the first phase of this initiative. And the ECO Secretariat received a project proposal titled Capacity Building of Countries in the Eco Region on Desertification, Land Degradation and Erosion Monitoring System, developed by the Minister of Environment of Republic of Turkey. And nowadays, ECO Secretariat is working on this important proposal project. And more consultation and coordination among the member states are still required with a view to find a way to agree upon a common ground document for guiding the regional activities on the significant issue of land degradation. And it is quite significant that sustainability and environmental considerations be integrated and mainstreamed into all aspects of ECO member states' national development plans, strategies, budgeting, and regional cooperation. It is noteworthy that ECO's environmental and sustainable transition profile has been increasing steadily over the past years. The following key projects are being implemented in this area as well. Preparation of the Eco Cooperation Framework on the environment and its annex on climate change and biodiversity, establishment of Eco Clean Energy Center, feasibility study on the establishment of Eco Regional Electricity Market. And at this stage of my speech, I would like to indicate the example, specific example of the Republic of Uzbekistan. You know, in recent 5 years in our organization, Economic Cooperation Organization, Uzbekistan, together with the Republic of Turkey, are the most active members of the organization who is following the environmental problems, including dust and storm issue, very closely. And the President of Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, is personally pursuing the environmental problem in its country, in Uzbekistan, as well as in whole eco-region. And in this framework, His Excellency Mr. President of Uzbekistan proposed to found the high-level officials group to combat environmental issues, dust and storm cause as well in the ECO organization. And upon this important and valuable proposal of Uzbekistan President, ECO is nowadays about to found this group in its organization. And I think prolonged my speech. Because of the time constraint, I would like to finish my words here. Maybe the sessions in the afternoon, we can continue on behalf of the ECHO Secretariat. Thank you for your kind attention, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Bichakli. You mentioned about cross-sectoral dimension of sand and dust storm and already happening efforts within the ECO region, 8 ministerial, and looking at different joint mechanisms, and also commending for host country Uzbekistan's work already done in this direction. Thank you very much. I hope the notes which were reflected during these opening remarks statements will be reflected in relevant documents. And Aziz Abdul Khakharovich, if you allow, with your permission, then we can conclude this ministerial segment and slowly switch to second segment of this joint event. Thank you very much. Please, you can take your seats, and then I will invite the panelists for the second segment. Thank you. Now, we would like to move to the second segment, and I would like to invite to the stage to take the seat Mr. Tu Zhifang, Deputy Director General of Department of Combating Desertification, China. Mr. Tu Zhifang. Mr. Mavlodot Abulkadirkhan, Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Environmental Protection, Republic of Tajikistan. Mr. Feras Ziadat, FAO. Dr. Yong Kwon Lee, Deputy Director General, Global Forest Resource Division, Korea, Forest Service. Ms. Sylvie Goyer, Deputy Coordinator and Head of Environmental Activities, OSCE. Mr. Asfiracho Abate, Senior Environmental Specialist at World Bank. Mr. Bahreddin Nishonov, Head of Laboratory at Hydrometeorological Research Institute, Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Nurettin Tash, the Director General of Combating Desertification and Erosion, Ministry of Environment, Turkey. And Mr. Odbayar Odonchimet, Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Tourism and Special Envoy for Climate Change of Mongolia. According to original schedule, we had a bit more longer time for this segment, but due to time constraints, I would like to ask to stick to 3-4 minutes statements or reflections and answers to the questions, Your Excellencies, dear panelists. And this segment, we will start with a presentation of Mr. Feras Ziadat from FAO, who is leading the coalition on United Nations Coalition on Combating Sand and Dust Storms.
Okay, can we have the presentation, please? Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Thanks to the government and people of Uzbekistan for the hospitality and thanks for the organizers to invite the UN Coalition on Combating Sand and Dust Storm to present in this very important high-level session. So I will give an idea of the establishment of the coalition, the structure, the activities, and some outputs and deliverables, and then what is the way forward, which is linked to the, all linked to the thematic aspect of this session. We start with some influence of the massive sand and dust storms in different parts of the world. Sand and dust storms have a lot of increase in frequency and intensity because of climate change, human activities, and land use change. There is impact on environment, climate, health. The excellencies in the previous part of the session explained the impact. There is an economic losses. Hundreds of millions of dollars in one event can happen. 2 billion tons of dust are entering the atmosphere annually and affecting countries in all continents. This is UNCCD base map of the source of SDS. We can notice that is everywhere in the world, especially the dust belt from Africa to Middle East to West Asia and Central Asia. So, and also in America, in Africa, in Australia, there is a lot of impact of sand and dust storms. Because of that, the UN interest and call for an urgent action, and that was the trigger to establish the UN coalition after the realization that this phenomena or this issue is affecting 11 out of 17 sustainable development goals. So this call for the massive impact of sand and dust storm is getting to the transportation, to the crops, to the livestock, to different sectors. Now, the UN coalition was established in 2019 with the purpose of fostering a global action to help countries with combating sand and dust storms, with a priority of identifying and analyzing SDS source areas, help countries develop policy plans, identify and implement good practices for source and impact mitigation, facilitate knowledge sharing and capacity, and identifying vulnerable places and vulnerable population. The coalition is working within 5 working groups: adaptation and mitigation, forecasting and early warning, health and safety, policy and governance, mediation, and regional cooperation. These are some examples of the deliverable of the coalition since the establishment in 2019. We are not going to go through them, but you can see it's a start from the UN General Assembly resolution to the Secretary General annual report on sand and dust storm, to various reports on the assessment, on the knowledge sharing, on the awareness raising, on aviation, on health, agriculture, livestock, food security, to name a few. So the coalition is a cross-sectoral coalition working and collaboration of 19 UN and non-UN organizations. And now we are moving to the implementation. So we are inviting countries to take a role and part of the coalition, because the coalition was established for the country and we wish to serve the countries. These are also some examples of publication. I'm not going to go through it, but the presentation will be available to see the different sectors that the coalition is covering. And there is also plans for resource mobilization and ongoing preparation of concept notes for inter-regional and global collaboration, and we invite countries to take part of these resource mobilization activities. Now, let us see only the challenges, the increasing impact of sand and dust storm, the linkages to drought, land degradation, desertification, and climate change, the lack of detailed knowledge and assessment, the transboundary issue which need regional and global collaboration, the unclear causal relationship, knowledge gap in health, economy, etc., and we need to knowledge sharing and good practices. These are some of the solutions that are suggested by countries: transboundary cooperation, global and regional policies, detailed source and impact assessment, sand and dust storm monitoring and forecasting and early warning, regional, global knowledge sharing, transformative projects, participation of women and youth, capacity enhancement, action responses, good practices. We need to know what and where. Policies at national level with linkages to regional level policies and efforts, actions to enhance mitigation, source and adaptation and impact. And overall, we need resource mobilization, as was highlighted several times in this session by the excellencies in the previous segment. We are, together with partnership with countries, we are launching 3 books. We launched them yesterday. One on sand and dust storm, a guide to mitigation, adaptation, policy, and risk management measures in agriculture, the main report, and 2 other reports from the Islamic Republic of Iran and from Mongolia, looking at the impact on crops and impact on livestock. You can find these cards outside. If you scan the QR code, you can download the newly launched reports. Just to close, we have some concluding remarks. The UN Coalition on Combating Sand and Dust Storm was launched as a response to the UN General Assembly resolution and calling for a global response to SDS. The coalition operates with voluntary contribution from the 19 members of the coalition, and we invite others to be part of the coalition. Many countries and regions are supported to enhance national, regional, and global actions to enhance mitigation of source and management of impact of sand and dust storm. With resources available, the coalition can support different countries in the implementation, and also international cooperation and resource mobilization are needed and are indispensable to move for the implementation and to create a global response to combat sand and dust storm. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Dr. Firas Zierat. I think this gives enough material to think about and also to reflect. And for this segment, we will have several panelists reflecting on several questions which we have included for this segment that align well with the objectives of this high-level event. Let me quickly go through these 3 questions. I think I would like to ask our panelists to reflect on these questions. First one would be good to hear, how can we work together to elevate the political profile of SDS in agenda at global scale? I think this is one of the objectives as well, and if you could reflect on this, please. And as many SDS effects as you have heard from the previous statements, they do not have boundaries, they are cross frontiers. What are the options for regional and global cooperation to reduce SDS impacts across scales? And last and not least question I would like to ask you to reflect is, what are the main technical and financial needs to mitigate and reduce the impacts of SDS? So very clear questions, and please, if you could include this in your reflections during your speech. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Tu Zhifang, who has over 25 years of experience, specializing in desertification combating and monitoring. Mr. Tu Zhifang, please. If you could also limit to about 3 minutes, if that's possible. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Chair, distinguished Minister Aziz Abdutakimov, Minister of Ecology of Uzbekistan, and Mr. Executive Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to attend this high-level event on sand and dust storm. Desertification remains a major global environmental issue, seriously threatening ecological safety and sustainable economic and social development. In particular, in the past decades, sand and dust storms, SDS, have become one of the world's most serious disasters, with significant negative impacts on the economy, society, environment, and human health. This was highlighted by the ministers. SDS know no borders. Related in the SDS, indeed, originated from the Sahara Desert, can cross at the Atlantic, and can also, from those in Northeast Asia, directly affect Mongolia, China, as well as downwind and eastward to other countries. China pays high attention to SDS combating efforts. Our President, Mr. Xi Jinping, pointed out that facing environmental challenges, we need to join hands and work together. And desertification is a serious challenge facing the entire world. The humanity forms a community of shared future, for good or for bad, and no country can be immune. So we need to promote global government in environment. In June this year, President Xi convened a symposium in the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region on combating desertification in a holistic way and key ecological projects such as the Three Norths Shelter Forest. He, in his statement, stressed again that for better survival and development, humanity must prevent and tackle desertification. We can say, thus, that desertification is a common challenge, and combating it is a must, and it is called for by the international community. Preventing SDS and managing source areas require a whole world and whole territory through process governance. Last June, the UNGA proclaimed July the 12th as the International Day of Combating SDS. This reflects the importance given by the international community, which will further boost the response to and mitigation of SDS. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Chair, over the years, the Chinese government has attached high importance and is committed to combating desertification and SDS. We have explored and developed a set of successful technologies, models, and experience with a large number of successful typical cases with remarkable results. Desertified land areas continue to decrease, vegetation cover is growing, SDS weather has become less frequent, and people's income is on the rise. While combating desertification and SDS domestically, China has actively fulfilled obligations under the Convention, supporting regional mechanisms such as the Northeast Asia Network. We also closely cooperate with WMO and other organizations focusing on the evolution, impact, and management of source areas. Together with the Convention Secretariat, we jointly established the International Training Center, the International Knowledge Management Center on Combating Desertification, and contributed to the Great Green Wall of Africa. We also set up the China Arab State International Research Center on combating DDLD and China-Mongolia cooperation on desertification control. We look forward to working with the international community to promote policy dialogue, mutual learning, and information sharing, and together to contribute to combat desertification and land degradation. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tu Shifang, for sticking almost to the time and appreciating the sharing this experience so that you have, I understood, the technical capacity to share and readiness to share with outputs which you have already tested in your country and with established also KM centers in the country. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mavlodot Abdulkadirkhan, the Deputy Chairman of the Committee of Environmental Protection under the Government of Republic of Tajikistan. Dr. Mavlodot has over 35 years of experience and is currently head of the State Environmental Inspection in Tajikistan. His background is more in forestry and environmental protection. Mr. Abdulkadirkhan, please, the floor is yours. If you could stick, please, to 3-4 minutes to give enough time for remaining speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset, on behalf of the Republic of Tajikistan and its government, and personally, to thank the government of Uzbekistan for the warm welcome, especially the Ministry of the Environment, represented by the Minister. I should also like to thank the Convention Secretariat for organizing this event that is so important for Tajikistan. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention to the problem of dust storms around the world. They're not the same everywhere. Everyone knows that they have a very negative impact on agriculture, including livestock raising, grain, every sphere really, and on population health, the environment. This is well studied, the harm it causes, and is well known to everyone. But I would like to draw your attention to the fact that in recent years, sand and dust storms, for instance, in my own country, to give an example, in previous years, perhaps 3 to 5 times we have recorded these happening, but in the first 9 months of this year, we have had 49 dust storms. This is affecting levels that are higher above sea, previously 1,500 meters and now at 2,000 meters. I'm telling you this because Central Asia is an area where water resources form. This is true for 60% of our territory. And about 98% of our water comes from glaciers, as we are higher up in the mountains. In recent years, there has been a strong impact from dust storms. This has an impact on glaciers and their melting. Just in the last 10 years, observing our glaciers, about 10 small glaciers have disappeared, and some have receded by more than 2 kilometers. This is to say there is intensive melting. Also, another large glacier of ours has receded by 2 to 3 kilometers. And in the monitoring, we are seeing that this melting has gone on over years and that the dust is having an impact. There is a higher salt level. This is why I turn to the international community and to everyone on behalf of the Central Asia region to draw your attention to this, to invite you to study it, and to take measures to address the impacts of the melting of these glaciers. We have similar problems to our neighbors. in terms of what to do about the sand and dust. There needs to be greater public awareness about the impact on health. There needs to be stepped up cooperation regionally and internationally. We need to set up partnerships. We need assistance through international partnerships. We need support for scientific research and monitoring. There's still low support for this. There also needs to be help for capacity building and technical assistance, involvement of the private sector as well, international organizations and events to draw attention to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, for sharing your experience. The alarming rate of increase of SDS in Tajikistan, even up to the elevations of 4,000 meters above sea level, and ready to cooperate in regional and global activities. I would like to give the floor to Dr. Yongkwon Lee. He's a graduate of Seoul National University. Notable experience is trying to work with the public for importance of the forest restoration and urging the private sector to participate in inter-Korean cooperation. Dr. Yongkwon Lee, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. Today, I would like to share the Korea's experience with you. The Republic of Korea, ROK, suffer from the impacts of the yellow dust directly and indirectly in the spring season each year, every year. As damage from the yellow dust increased in the early of 2000, the Korean government and NGOs initiated a reforestation project to combat desertification and SDS in Northeast Asia. Korea joined forces with Mongolia and organized the Korea-Mongolia Greenbelt project implementation in 2006. Since 2007, we have continued our effort to mitigate SDS by planting trees in SDS source area and affected area. Until now, we planted 3,400 hectares of trees in Mongolia. For institutional arrangement for sub-regional cooperation, ROK launched the desertification, land degradation, and drought in Northeast Asia. We called the DLDDNEAN with China and Mongolia at UNCCD COP10 ROK in 2011. In addition, at COP10, the Korean government launched the Changwon Initiative, and since 2012, the Korean government provided funding of approximately $60 million for this initiative. Among other things, the initiative supported the activities including LDN Target Setting Program, LDN TSP, LDN Transformative Project Programs, LDN TPP, Science Policy Interface, SPI, Greening Dry Land Partnership, and Global SDS Policy Development. Further, at COP14 in 2019, India, the ROK launched another initiative entitled Peace Forest Initiative, aims at addressing transboundary land issues, including SDS and drought in cross-border region. We have provided around $3 million for this initiative. I believe that as the Central Asian region suffer from the region-wide SDS, this initiative can help the region promote regional and sub-regional cooperation on tackling these issues. Based on our experience, I would like to stress the importance of translating plan into the action. The ROK was able to successfully restore degraded forest by taking action on the ground. Without action, we cannot achieve any tangible outcomes. I agree. It is helpful to establish a good institutional arrangement to support implementation. However, instead of focusing too much on the institutional arrangement, we need to take action as timely action is more important. This can be true for addressing SDS to effectively address SDS. Taking action is crucial. In conclusion, the Korean government will continue to provide support for the combating SDS and land degradation through the Changwon Initiative and the Peace Force Initiative. Also, ROK would like to happy to share our experience and technology with the countries and regions suffering from the SDS. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yongkwon Lee. This is very encouraging note, which in your note you mentioned that you already support a number of projects and programs on SDS and have been already actively participating in initiating such collaborations since previous COPs as well, and readiness of Korean government to support further. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Sylvie Goyer, Deputy Coordinator and Head of Environmental Activities of OSCE. She has been a long experience of over 20 years through various positions at UN agencies, international NGOs, and private sector as well. And currently, and she acted also as an advisor to Vice President of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. Please, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Aziz Abdukakinov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change of the Republic of Uzbekistan. It's a pleasure for me to be here again. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I do welcome this opportunity to participate in today's high-level event on sand and dust storms, and I thank the government of Uzbekistan for the invitation and putting this issue on the agenda. Let me as well thank your very competent and efficient staff, Minister. They've been very helpful getting me here. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the largest regional security organization, has a comprehensive approach to security. In the economic and environmental dimension, a priority area has been to reduce risks to peoples and economies stemming from the degradation of the environment, as well as to address environmental disasters through an approach based on preventing, adapting, and early warning, and through collaboration, data exchange, and sharing of experience. On one hand, and we've heard it, land degradation associated with severe droughts caused by climate change is a recipe for increased occurrence of hazards such as sand and dust storms, which further degrade people's livelihoods, health, and opportunities. On the other hand, natural disasters have increased fivefold over the past 50 years due to climate change mainly, and the rise in extreme weather events, according to UN estimates. And so have the human and financial costs of these disasters. And that includes severe drought and today's subject, severe sand and dust storms. The gravity of these natural disasters highlights the need to mitigate and stop land degradation on one hand, and enhance disaster preparedness before calamity strikes on the other. And I salute here the efforts and priorities given by the government of Uzbekistan to this issue. For every US dollar spent on pre-disaster risk reduction, we can save between $6 and $13 in damages. Therefore, a shift from post-disaster recovery to prevention, resilience, and risk reduction calls for a change of mindset, stronger international cooperation, and considerable investments towards risk adaptation and prevention. Knowledge exchange and capacity building will also prove vital in assuring that there are reliable support services and overall resilience when it comes to mitigating such hazards. To this end, the OSCE, which I represent here, has much to contribute, as it plays an important role in strengthening resilience to environmental degradation and disasters, given their potential consequences in terms of impoverishment, food insecurity, unrest, conflict, and displacement, to name but a few. As illustrations, I wish to emphasize some of the work of the OSCE. Through cooperative efforts and cross-border preparedness measures, we've been active on many fronts, such as providing technical assistance in the preparation of local disaster risk reduction plans, promoting cross-border cooperation among high-risk municipalities and communities in Central Asia, Southeastern Europe, and other, supporting wildlife management, again in Southeastern Europe, South Caucasus, in Mongolia and Central Asia, supporting cities and local authorities in managing those risks and adapting to climate change through the project on smart and sustainable cities, working to accompany communities in addressing disaster risk reduction and good environmental governance, including with the support of the ARIS centers, and working on transboundary water cooperation with a focus on Central Asia, advancing a systemic approach to the challenges in transboundary water management in view of the scarce water resources in arid and semi-arid countries, for example, by increasing the capacity in gender-sensitive water governance and water diplomacy. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, environmental protection has been part of the OSCE's agenda since its inception with the Helsinki Final Act. A number of OSCE documents, including the Maastricht Strategy and the Madrid Ministerial Declaration, have further conceptualized the nexus between environment and security for the organization. It is now an important pillar of the OSCE's second dimension. Our acquis also emphasizes that environmental cooperation and the promotion of early warning are useful tools in diminishing tensions as part of a broader effort to prevent conflict, build mutual confidence, and promote good neighborly relations. In conclusion, let me emphasize that together with our field operations and missions, and let me salute here the work of the field mission in Tashkent, and in collaboration with UN organizations and many partners, the OSCE can play a pivotal role in promoting regional stability and resilience by addressing the multifaceted challenges posed by land degradation and hazards such as sand and dust storms, and advancing disaster risk reduction measures. We're looking forward to building on their strength and developing further our support and interventions and supporting our Central Asian partners in this area. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvie Gouillet. I pick that every dollar you invest in DRR returns 6 times up to 13 times more. This is impressive, and OSCE readiness to contribute to improve resilience in the regions you work. Thank you very much. I would like to ask again, panelists, please stick to 3 minutes time as we are running out of time. With this, I would like to give the next floor to Mr. Asferacio Abate, Senior Environmental Specialist, focusing on various aspects of environment and as well as supporting community involvement in conservation. Mr. Asferacio, please.
Thank you so much. I would like to start by thanking the Ministry of Ecology, Environment and Climate Change for organizing CREC 21 so excellently. I'm very much impressed. I am based in Tashkent, working with the World Bank as Senior Environmental Specialist. It's always impressive to come to Samarkand, and this time with this big gathering, it was very much different. I would like also to thank the organizer for inviting me to this high-level segment. I would like to focus on 3 important aspects. The first is, yes, we have heard a lot about the problem, the global nature of SDGs and the challenges it is causing on human health, on the economy and so on, but what should you do to address it? And it has also mentioned by the various speakers that it is necessary to collaborate. I would say that an integrated approach would be very, very important to address SDGs. It has been already stated that we have to address the source. We have to address also the warning or work on the early warning and monitoring system, on the impact mitigation, cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. These are really 4 important pillars for the success of addressing SDGs. But I would like to focus on the work we are doing in Central Asia. We have, we know that Central Asia experiences frequent sand and dust storms, which have been made worse by human activity. More than 80% of about 400 million hectares of the territory of Central Asia is covered by desert and steppes, which coupled with climate change and lasting drought represent a natural source of SDs. So we have, Central Asia has a strategy for addressing SDs. This is also done or prepared in collaboration with the World Bank. You can get it in the web. One important factor that I would like to bring to the attention of the meeting is that it is very important to invest. It requires a huge investment. What we try to do in Uzbekistan is to understand the value of landscape restoration in reducing sand and dust storms from RRC bed. So we found out that if you invest in landscape restoration, it is possible to generate additional benefits of about 39 million in the study we have conducted in Karachi, Pakistan. So the return is huge. But most recently, we have got also from the European Commission estimate that every euro invested in restoring land will offer a return between 8 euro to 38 euro. So I think the most important consideration for addressing SDGs is to invest. Are you investing? Are you really putting enough resources, financial resources, to address SDGs? It is a big question. So we are now, in collaboration with governments in Central Asia, are implementing a regional project called Raisland. It is working on restoring degraded lands in the 4 countries, and we are in the process of starting a project in Turkmenistan, but in the 4 projects, in the 4 countries, particularly in Tajikistan, we have already started to implement. So this is mainly working on rehabilitation of degraded land, which would contribute to addressing the source for SDGs. So with that, I think my main message is that we need more investment, we need to collaborate to address this big challenge we are facing with SDGs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abad, to make these clear notes. I understand that actions on the ground are already happening, but they require integrated approach that should include also mitigation and early warning system to pay attention on that aspects as well. With this, I would like to give the next floor to Mr. Bahreddin Nishonov, Head of Laboratory, Republic of Uzbekistan. He has published over 150 research articles and served as a focal point for UNFCCC and UNSCCD. So in directly working on sand and dust storm, has first-hand experience on these questions. So please, Mr. Bahreddin Nishonov, the floor is yours. If you can stick to probably 3-4 minutes max. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, monitoring, forecasting, and early warning of dust and sandstorms is very important to prevent their negative effects on public health and all sectors of the economy. According to research, Central Asia and China rank second globally after Sahara in terms of dust emissions into the atmosphere, about 20% of total emissions. And the frequency of the dust emissions, dust storms, and dust transport from deserts in Central Asia region has increased in recent decades due to climate change and extensive anthropogenic desertification. The sources of dust and sandstorms in Uzbekistan are often located in the territory of neighboring countries. In recent years, severe dust storms in Uzbekistan have been observed more often. For example, on November 4th, 2021, a strong dust storm that occurred on the territory of southern Kazakhstan covered the Tashkent city, Tashkent region, and also Fergana Valley. The dust haze, as a result of dust storm, remained in the atmospheric air for several days. The southern and southwestern regions of Uzbekistan feel the negative effects of dust storms arising in the territories of Afghanistan and Turkmenistan. Therefore, it is necessary to increase regional cooperation for monitoring, forecasting, and early warning on dust and sandstorms, as well as to prevent land degradation and desertification, sources of dust and sandstorms by reforestation and other methods. In Uzbekistan, in order to monitor dust storms, the hydrometeorological network of Uzbekistan is equipping with automatic weather stations and automatic stations for monitoring of air pollution, which allow to real-time monitoring of atmospheric visibility and concentration of dust and other fine particles as PM1, PM2.5, and PM10 in the atmospheric air of cities and settlements. Strengthening the dust and thunderstorms monitoring and forecasting capacity will contribute to reducing the negative effects of this phenomenon. In our opinion, it is necessary to expand regional and international cooperation in the following areas. So, equipping weather stations and atmospheric air pollution monitoring stations with instruments that allow real-time monitoring of the atmospheric visibility and concentration of dust and fine particles in the atmospheric air, as well as the atmospheric optical density by using the support of international organizations. Secondly, establishment of cooperation with the centers of sun and dust storm warning and advisory and assessment system of the World Meteorological Organizations, and creation of national and regional dust and thunderstorms forecasting early warning centers. For example, it's possible for Central Asia by establishing a regional center for dust and thunderstorm forecasting early warning center for Central Asia countries based on the WMO regional specialized meteorological center in Tashkent. And also organization of permanent expert meetings on combating dust and thunderstorms of the ministries and organizations responsible for environmental protection in Central Asia countries. Establishment of cooperation of Central Asian countries to prevent land degradation and desertification, as well as to expand the area of forests by reforestation, to support the scientific research on dust and thunderstorms monitoring, forecasting, and early warning, and on reducing their negative consequences, as well as to reduce land degradation. The implementation of these measures will improve the dust and thunderstorms, forecasting, and early warning, and reduce the negative consequences of these storms at national, regional, and international levels. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bakhruddin Nishonov. I collect that research is very important, especially in monitoring and forecasting, in order to be prepared for future events and to have a response. And regional cooperation is very important to pursue this. With this, I would like to give the next floor to Mr. Nurettin Tash, who is representing as a Director General of Combating Desertification and Erosion in Turkey, has very long experience, over 30 years, in the field of environmental protection. Please, Mr. Nurettin Tash, floor is yours. If you could stick to 3-4 minutes, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Uzbekistan government for this organization. Sand and dust storms are a major environmental problem caused by factors such as desertification, land degradation, inappropriate land use, climate change, and biodiversity loss. To combat these problems effectively, environmental agreements at the national level must create strong synergies. Working together at the regional level will enable us to achieve more effective results in combating these problems. One of the strongest messages from COP15 in Abidjan in May 2022 was that the 3 environmental conventions. Desertification, land degradation, and biodiversity need to work in strong synergy. It was emphasized that cooperation and coordination at the regional level is very important to address these challenges. It is also important to remember that success at the global level depends on success at the regional level, because achievements at the regional level are of great importance in activating global goals. Therefore, I would like to point out that Turkey will continue to play an active role in cooperation and joint projects at the regional level. As a result, one of the strongest messages coming out of COP15 is at 3 as a need to create strong synergies between environmental agreements, and that cooperation at the regional level is an important factor for success. Cooperation at the regional level at the leadership of the international organization. Countries don't believe each other will enable us to achieve more effective results in combating these problems. Turkey is well on its way to activating these goals by supporting capacity building and regional cooperation on environmental issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for sticking to time, but very much appreciated. I collect that you mentioned about synergies between different aspects of land degradation, SDS, so we need to look for synergies and readiness of Turkey to continue supporting the regional efforts, regional projects, as you have been doing already over a long time. With this, before I give the floor to Mr. Odbayar Odonchimet, we have started at 11:15. We are almost at the closing part of the session of this high-level event. I'm afraid we might not have enough time to collect for Q&A between the audience, but in the meantime, if I can ask if there are pressing issues, questions, if you could write it down, so this facilitates, I think, to ask at least a few questions. So if you could write a few questions and then send it over here while Mr. Odonchimet is presenting his speech. That would be very much appreciated. With this, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Odonchimet. He has extended experience in diplomacy, policy, and strategic framework development, so we would like to hear also the different aspects from technical and how these can help to respond to our questions. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. First of all, Mongolian delegation expressing its appreciation to the UNCCD Greek host country of the Republic Uzbekistan and the beautiful historic city Samarkand for the great hospitality, and also Secretariat of the Convention for a well preparation of the meeting. Also, let me take opportunity to convey my minister's thankfulness for leadership, Mr. Minister Abduhakimov Aziz Abduhakarovich, and best wishes to this high-level event targeted to the one of most important dam on of sand and dust storms, particularly to Central and Northeast Asian countries. Your Excellencies, since the last gathering during the COP15 of the Convention last year, many and important meetings were organized at a global level, including UNFCCC COP27 and UNCBD COP15 to tackle global environmental challenges through international cooperation. All these events are reminding the people, communities, and countries strengthening cooperation at all levels, energetic, collective, and united manner. Thus, this CREEC meeting is perfectly in timing as they provide better synergies and implementation. As Your Excellency, Minister of Environment of Uzbekistan highlighted at the opening, sub-regional and regional cooperation is utmost valuable effort to the combat desertification and also minimize sand and dust storms occasions. On behalf of Mongolian government, my delegation is welcoming the part of declaration sand and dust storms as the result of the event based on some data and evidence we face nationally. In last 80 years, air temperature has increased by 2.4 Celsius. Performance glaciers coverage has decreased to 29.9%. Days with enormous sand and dust storm are increased by 6 days. Except climate change triggers like overloaded pasture land, non-responsible mining, leftover sites, crop areas, non-sustainable infrastructures, tangled not paved roads, expansion of cities without basic infrastructure and others, and also contributors to the 23.3% of Mongolian degraded land. Mongolian land degradation neutrality volunteer targets are implementable when only nexus approaches are established as combination of the forest, agricultural, and economic participatory intensive. There are 136 stations, 180 monitoring sites, and 4 LiDAR automatic stations are operating nationally, which are connected to the Northeast Asian sand and dust storm early warning centers. Your Excellency, Minister, it's great to learn Uzbekistan is also taking the sustainable forest management as co-beneficial solution to fight against the environmental crisis. The President of Mongolia initiated national movement to grow 1 billion trees at nationwide through strengthening agroforestry, restoring degraded land, maintaining healthy ecosystem, and to contribute the sub-regional, regional, and global efforts. During these days in Samarkand, my delegation is witnessing success stories and good practices around the globe. Thus we can demonstrate back home. Sharing knowledge and technology, one of the key achievements this CREEC, which is provided to the member states. Thus, thank you again to your leadership. To implement in the Sea of Mongolia, the government is prioritizing agricultural sector, including land use and land change, start the climate resilient management, with the belief that such action can serve both mitigation and adaptation, as well as all Rio Convention in field of nature and environment. Considering that massive impact of sand and dust storm, especially for developing countries, it is crucial to provide sustainability support to keep the monitoring sites and stations as operationalized, to strengthen sub and regional monitoring system and networks, to improve regional early warning system and implement projects. All this can be achieved through the capacity building, knowledge sharing, and technology of transformation. Least but not last, my delegation believes that this high-level event is considered as a good platform to discuss about way towards solution and promote win-win cooperation between and among countries. As UNCCD COP17 host country, Mongolia stands ready to be one of actively engaging countries to bring this event and this CREEC 21 outcome to the global level. Thank you very much for attention.
Mr. Adamchimed, thank you very much to almost sticking to time and reflecting that regional and sub-regional efforts are very important, also through early warning centers and readiness to consider and contribute to joint declaration. With this, I didn't receive any written questions. Then if you, Mr. Chairman, if you allow, then we can switch to the closing remarks. Aziz Abdulhak, please, floor is yours for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, dear friends, I would like once again express my sincere gratitude to everyone, especially all panel speakers for your presentations, fruitful discussions, useful interventions, and very valuable contribution at this session. As mentioned by Executive Secretary Mr. Ibrahim Tiao during the opening ceremony on Monday, healthy land the size of the Central Asia lost since 2015. In number, we lost more than 4.2 million square kilometers. For comparing, the area of European Union is the same, 4.2 million square meters, or Central Asia, 4 million square kilometers. Sorry. Degraded land is a source of dust and pollution, but also reduced ecosystem services, while increasing food security and vulnerability of communities and many negative aspects. Given transboundary nature of the sand and dust storms, we need to unite our efforts, exchange knowledge, and apply innovation in mitigating these challenges. I think you all agree with me if I say we have a responsibility in front of future generations, and that is a responsibility requires immediate actions now. I encourage you to unite and consolidate our efforts. Under the motto of nature knows no borders, I call you, distinguished parties, to work with us on developing and adopting Samarkand Declaration. Me and my team, in coordination with UNCCD Secretariat, will remain at your disposal for further communication regarding this document. Dear colleagues, participants, last but not least, on behalf of the government of Uzbekistan, I'm honored to invite you and all CRIC 21 participants to a reception which will be organized tonight at 7:30 in Iwan restaurant. Maybe you will also demonstrate some map just to understand where is Iwan restaurant locating, please. Huh? Okay. And we look forward to welcoming you all there. In conclusion, I would like to wish all of you a productive and enjoyable CRIC 21 participation. I encourage you to take some time during the event to explore our beautiful city and experience the rich culture of Uzbekistan, following the steps of the great travelers of the past. I would like to express my gratitude once again to all the delegates for their personal participation. Enjoy your stay in Samarkand, World Cultural Tourism Capital. Thank you. Katar Ahmad.
Dear guests and participants, thank you very much again. I think you have heard all the objectives were met and noted in the opening remarks and then in these panelists. So with this, I would like to thank you again and happy spending of the rest of the day. Thank you.
I call to order the 5th meeting of the 21st session of the Committee for the Review of the Implementation of the Convention to Combat Desertification. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the committee to continue consideration of Agenda Item 7, Policy Frameworks and Thematic Topics, Sand and Dust Storms, Drought, Land Tenure, and Gender. In line with the adopted schedule of work for the session, the committee will begin consideration of the sub-item on gender, for which you have before you document ICCD/CRIC21/9. I would like to invite Mrs. Karen Bernard of the UNCCD Secretariat to introduce the sub-item on gender. Mrs. Bernard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates. Document ICCD/CRIC21/9 presents a report on the implementation efforts relevant to gender at the 21st session of the Committee for the Review of the Implementation of the Convention, as requested in Decision 24 COP15. In addition to the summary of the activities undertaken by the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism on Gender, it presents conclusions and recommendations on ways to strengthen implementation of and reporting on gender-responsive approaches to policies and programs which enable the full participation of women and girls in sustainable land management and restoration initiatives. The Secretariat would like to highlight a few of the activities contained in the document. 1. Of the 117 national reports received, 107 countries submitted information on the implementation framework, with 85 countries reporting on their approaches and/or experiences related to gender issues. In relation to policy and planning, many parties reaffirmed that protecting and promoting women's land rights, enhancing women's access to productive resources, engaging women in decision-making, and capacity building are indispensable cornerstones for the effective implementation of the UNCCD. In total, 15 countries reported that women's land rights are protected in national legislation. It was also found that policies that promote equal access to land and natural resources and equal land rights for women resulted in an increase in productivity and income for women farmers, improving their economic standing and reducing poverty. Land management has also become more sustainable because of the increased involvement of women. A number of countries were also able to provide examples of special measures to engage women and youth. Examples included, inter alia, promoting wage parity with men, providing creche and workside sheds for children, and providing daycare services and special income generating programs aimed at women and youth, such as soap making, vegetable farming, palm oil extraction, shea butter production, Kobe oil extraction, palm wine production, and raffia palm product manufacturing. The creation of village savings schemes and credit groups to provide alternative livelihoods to village residents was also reported. 5, in response to the request contained in Decision 24 COP15, the Secretariat is facilitating multiple sessions of the Gender Caucus at CRIC21 and COP16 with a view to guiding and supporting parties to enhance the implementation of the Gender Action Plan and its roadmap. 6, further in response to this request contained in Decision 24 COP15, the Secretariat, along with TMG Research and Robert Bosch Stiftung, organized a strategy workshop on women's land rights and the Rio Conventions, which was held in Berlin, Germany, from 3 to 5 July 2023. The objectives of the workshop were to bring together key actors and institutions working to promote and strengthen women's land rights and access to natural resources, develop a better understanding of the challenges, opportunities, and capacity needs, identify potential synergies in work programs to foster new partnerships and greater cooperation, and discuss approaches to improve subnational harmonization, alignment, and coordination on gender and land commitments, made under the Rio Conventions and other processes. 7, the theme of this year's World Day to Combat Desertification and Drought was Her Land, Her Rights, as a call to all stakeholders to advance women's land rights. The global observance event was held at the United Nations General Assembly in New York on June 16, 2023, and jointly organized by the UNCCD with UN Women, the FAO, the United Nations Human Rights Office, and United Nations Development Program. 8, the day was a culmination of the UNCCD's year-long Her Land campaign to promote successful examples of women and girls' contributions to sustainable land management and mobilize support to advance land rights for women and girls around the world. Other commemorative events took place across the world, with events in 40 countries. Global media outreach around Desertification and Drought Day 2023 resulted in over 1,000 print and online articles, while over 300 million people were reached through social media. In conclusion, document ICCD/CRIC21/9 outlines some possible recommendations to be considered at CRIC 21 on future priorities to promote women's land rights and security of land tenure, report voluntarily on national level implementation of the gender roadmap, compile and report on gender parity data, and continue organizing the Gender Caucus and promoting gender-responsive policies and programs worldwide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Bernard. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to open the floor for a general discussion on the document presented under this agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep statements brief and concise so that I can give the floor to as many speakers as possible. I will take all comments and then give the floor to the Secretariat to respond. Delegates wishing to take the floor are invited to raise their flag. I give the floor to the representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Because this is first time Bosnia and Herzegovina exposing on CRIC 21, first of all, I would like to thank the government of the Republic of Uzbekistan for warm hospitality and for allowing us to see the world capital of cultural tourism, Samarkand. The planting of the new park at the beginning of the creek was the symbol of the importance of the contract for land degradation, so I also would like to thank our hosts for the wonderful message that all of us sent to the world. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a signatory of the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. The most important domestic legal act, as a lex specialis, is the law of gender equality in Bosnia and Herzegovina that regulates the field of gender equality as a special human right which promotes gender equality and prohibits discrimination based on gender and gender orientation, and obligates all government institutions at all levels to prepare, adopt, and implement programs of measures for the implementation of laws in all areas. The law on gender equality establishes institutional mechanisms for gender equality, agencies, centers, and commissions. Bosnia and Herzegovina also adopted the Gender Action Plan for Bosnia and Herzegovina, which adopted in September 2006. The basic gender strategy in the context of land administration should promote women's secure access to both land and other natural resources, regardless of kinship with men and women, and regardless of their civil status. 4 categories of land rights concern women: the wife's right acquired in marriage, joint right to property, the right to land after a change in marital status through divorce or abandoned by the spouse, the right to inherit land, and the right to purchase land. These rights are influenced by formal and informal laws. Women and men have 3 general mechanisms of obtaining land rights: through social and kinship relations at the local level, in the land market, or from the state. In societies where customary practice and traditional social structures are dominant, rights to most land are determined by socio-cultural and religious institutions such as inheritance, marriage, and distribution within the community. Land parcels under individual or household control are generally transferred through inheritance rather than through the market. With few exceptions, men inherit the land. There are no legal obstacles for women to own the land or other property in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Instead, male and female ownership patterns are largely based on the traditional attitude to inheritance in which property passes to males in the household. Even in cases where women inherit property, it is not uncommon for them to voluntarily code their right to a male relative or simply not be included in property documents for land or housing. Thus, married women usually do not receive property from fathers or male relatives and often do not acquire rights to marital property because it is registered in the husband's name. Traditional patrilineal patterns of property ownership mean that women in rural areas are heavily involved in agriculture but have limited rights to the land that they use, in that they cannot sell or rent land or other property or use it as collateral for loans. This makes them economically vulnerable and put them in a dependent position. Women are not only a minority among landowners, but also have a smaller plots of land. So, distinguished delegates, I hope that our further activities, including the activities called for by the UNCCD, will contribute to the improvement of the situation for rural women to further empower them economically, because with the economic empowerment of women, rural communities as a whole are strengthening. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. Our gratitude and thanks for the way in which this key issue has been dealt with for this joint action that's being undertaken together. We acknowledge the mainstreaming of a gender-responsive response and how transformative that is when there is reference to the means of implementation of the Convention. We welcome the positive role played by women and girls, and this deserves recognition in the framework within which we're working in terms of land management to ensure more sustainable land management, to ensure reduced biodiversity loss, and to mitigate and to adapt to the effects of drought. We understand that it's vital to keep working to bolster financing for projects, and in this, the UN Convention to Combat Desertification plays a vital role, as does the global mechanism. They're developing very positive work, which we encourage. We need to ensure that this continues and is further stepped up in order to promote resources and actions that are led by women and girls across the board, and to strengthen and support financing within the framework of developing public policies which are specific and which improve their conditions. Here we also have important access to education, access to technologies. There is no possible education without access to technology. The same goes for resources through finance projects or finance transfers, and we believe that this logic needs to be applied, namely that of redistribution and the intersectional approach. Argentina is deeply committed to this issue, and we are following three main pillars, and it's worthwhile perhaps sharing them on this occasion. One is the sovereignty and strengthening of economic empowerment and autonomy of women. Another is the habitability. It's the promotion of the defense of the right to life, the right to food, housing, water, healthy environment, and care. Social organization of care, which is more balanced and more just in order to think about social sustainable development. We need to recognize the social value, not only the productive and economic value, but the inherently social value of care for the environment, which is vital to sustain life on Earth. Argentina has a Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity. This ministry is aware of the action and documents here because we've shared this with it, and that ministry also shares our spirit here. We also have a National Cabinet on Climate Change and the National Department on Climate Change under the Ministry of the Environment. Thus, in order to achieve the proposals, we have a national gender diversity and climate change strategy, and this is part of our national plan to combat and mitigate climate change in Argentina. Lastly, this objective, this strategy, is the result of joint work, interministerial work, which seeks to ensure a gender transformative process as set out in the document to develop adaptation and mitigation measures, both to climate change and to combating desertification, drought, and land degradation. We believe that it is essential to focus on this key issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Zimbabwe. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Taking the floor for the first time, Zimbabwe congratulates the government and the people of Uzbekistan for successfully hosting the creek in this beautiful city of Samarkand. We also note with appreciation the excellent preparations by the UNCCD Secretariat in organizing the conference. Madam Chair, kindly note that I'm giving a statement on behalf of the Africa Group. In line with the decision 24 COP15, where parties reaffirmed that gender equality and the empowerment of women and youth will make an important contribution to the effective implementation of the convention, a number of programs are being implemented and planned by the global mechanism of the UNCCD and member states. The Africa Group appreciates the basket of approaches and programs presented in the summary report and the roadmap to accelerate the implementation of the UNCCD Gender Action Plan, which is aimed at improving gender mainstreaming in sustainable land management. The Africa Group wishes to point out that Objective 2 of the Gender Action Plan, which reads, to build the capacities of women and girls to access the resources they need to improve their livelihoods, manage land, and become resilient to drought, should be given the highest priority of all the objectives given. Empowerment of women and the youth through deliberate efforts to enhance their economic and financial status is a more practical, realistic, and highly impactful approach. This approach should target more support to address technology and capacity gaps for sustainable value chains development, especially where women have control, such as post-harvest management and processing. There's a strong need to integrate transformative projects that address value chain development involving women groups. In addition, Madam Chair, the Africa Group proposes a more holistic approach in the implementation of the roadmap and adoption of a cross-sectoral approach, as well as the integration of all key stakeholders. This does not only benefit gender mainstreaming in sustainable land management, but the general implementation of the convention. The document prepared by the Secretariat shows that in total 15 countries reported that women's land rights are protected in national legislation, in our view as the Africa Group, more effort is required to improve protection of women's land rights. This is, however, a complex issue due to cultural diversity and other factors, and considerations must be made region by region, country by country, to come up with interventions that will protect women's land rights. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives. The European Union and its 27 member states would like to congratulate the UNCCD Secretariat and the Global Mechanism for their efforts to promote gender equality within the implementation of the Convention and welcome the report by the Secretariat. Women and girls are crucial environmental stewards at the forefront of fighting desertification, land degradation, and droughts. Gender equality is thus a cornerstone to achieve land degradation neutrality and to combat desertification, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Yet, women face significant barriers, including lack of equal land tenure rights and inequalities in access to resources, information, financial services, and decision-making, which need to be urgently addressed. Consequently, the EU and its member states remain strong supporters of a gender-responsive and gender-transformative implementation of the UNCCD. We welcome all actions taken to accelerate the implementation of the Gender Action Plan and urge to continued support and advice to parties. Furthermore, we would like to reiterate the importance of promoting activities that boost synergies towards gender mainstreaming within the Rio Conventions. We highly appreciate that the Gender Caucus will convene at CRIC 21 and COP16 and urge for its continuation as a crucial space to provide guidance and address bottlenecks for gender-responsive land policies and programs. Furthermore, we would like to emphasize that the Gender Caucus should continue to be open and inclusive and ensure meaningful civil society engagement. It should facilitate active cooperation before and in between meetings of the convention bodies. To this end, we call upon the Secretariat to ensure higher visibility of the Gender Caucus on the agendas of the upcoming COPs and CRICs. Moreover, we would like to echo the concern that was raised by the CSO representative in the opening session, which stated that all agenda items and thematic topics should be presented separately on the agenda of future sessions of the CRIC for the sake of clarity. To ensure a gender-responsive and transformative implementation of the UNCCD, we reiterate the need to strengthen more systematic and transformative actions to secure women's tenure rights and access to land and other natural resources. We also must promote gender-transformative measures to ensure meaningful participation of women in decision-making, planning, and implementation processes. We believe that this also requires a more gender-responsive science policy interface, as well as the promotion of a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach. In addition, we must strengthen the collaboration with the private sector and the civil society, especially with women's organizations, and urge financing institutions and mechanisms to assess and adapt, if necessary, the accessibility of their funding schemes for women's organizations. We also wish to underscore that intersectionality should be taken into consideration in the planning, designing, and implementing of policies and programs in order to address all forms of discrimination, including but not limited to age, disability, race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, and nationality. Moreover, the European Union and its member states emphasize the enduring need to tackle the gender data gap. We welcome the first reporting on sex disaggregated exposure to land degradation and drought. However, we take note that the current indicators do not yet fully reflect the actual difference on how men and women are affected by these phenomena. Therefore, we encourage the improvement of the reporting process through additional data collection and the assessment of new indicators. We further welcome the analysis of this data and support regular progress reports by the Secretariat. However, we would also like to suggest that the Secretariat provide more information on how the reports will be evaluated and inform further actions to promote gender equality across the Convention. Considering that awareness raising is equally as important as gender disaggregated data, we highly appreciate that the Secretariat placed women's land rights as cornerstones for LDN at the center of its outreach activities like Desertification and Drought Day 2023. Furthermore, we wish to underscore that awareness raising should also engage men and boys as equal agents of and beneficiaries of change. Following up on COP15 decision, we would like to ask the Secretariat to share information on the collaboration with relevant international organizations and the world overview of conservation approaches and technologies on gender disaggregated data. As our last point, we would like to reiterate that effort must be enhanced now to ensure that women and girls are fully able to use their abilities, knowledge, and leadership potential to accelerate efforts for a healthier and more sustainable planet for people and nature. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Chad. You have the floor.
Merci. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair, for your kindness in giving me the floor once again today. At the outset, Madam, allow me to warmly thank this host country, which has enabled me to come here and plant a tree in this country of peace that I would even say is a haven of peace, and thereby contribute to increased well-being of the global environment. This is only possible because the UNCCD has created this framework of exchange. So my thanks to the UNCCD and the relevant actors involved. Turning now to the more specific issue at hand, Madam, like certain countries in the region, my country, Chad, has seen that land degradation and desertification does not affect men and women equally. Women have more fragile access rights, and in terms of the value given to their work. However, they do play an extremely important role in action to combat desertification and land degradation through associations, through productivity producers organizations, and through individual actions as well. And they mobilize, they get galvanized to combat desertification and land degradation, or even to restore the land. I think that strengthening environmental governance in terms of gender, and more specifically women, also means supporting the general system of combating desertification and land degradation. With women, it's impossible to engrave in marble the principle of zero net land degradation rate in order to shoulder the obligation of restoring degraded land or damaged land. It's only by involving women and that we will be able to be up to addressing this properly. Madam Chair, all the speeches on the end of poverty in the world, on food security, and on ensuring access to water and energy, all of this speechifying will be in vain if we do not make a wise choice on gender, more specifically on women, to ensure that land can be preserved, our soil and our land. I don't want to monopolize the floor, Madam Chair, so I will conclude my remarks there by saying that in addition to our position as an African group, of which my country Chad is part, we're seeing the country being in perfect harmonisation with the document drafted by the Secretariat, notably point A. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you for your statement. Are there any delegations wishing to take floor under this agenda sub-item? Delegates wishing to take the floor are invited to raise their flag. I give now the floor to the representative of Eswatini. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a kingdom, we appreciate the reports and all the activities that were done to try and address the gender issues. We also appreciate the gender caucus that took place in the previous COP. The report shows that more effort is required to empower women, especially rural women, because they play a significant role in sustainable land management. Discrimination is a common problem, showing in different forms. We need to work together to eliminate all forms of discrimination, including on basis of gender. Gender is a cross-cutting issue. Therefore, we need to work with all other institutions and organizations to address this issue. But as a convention, we are interested in land, so we need to look at the issues relating to land and gender. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Namibia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Namibia is the first time to speak, I would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan for hospitality in hosting us in this beautiful city and beautiful people. Equally, appreciate the UNCCD Secretariat for preparing the CRIC 21 conference. Namibia would like to reaffirm and support the statement made by Zimbabwe on gender equality to empower women, girls, and vulnerable groups, as they will make a significant contribution to the effective implementation of the Convention as per Decision 24 of COP15. Project program on desertification, drought, land degradation, restoration, land management should consider the gender equality incorporation in all sectors of developmental planning, and ensure that women and youth are part and parcel of the gender action plan process. The processes such as participation in decision-making, women empowerment economy, access to resources, land rights, and access to improvement knowledge and technology. I thank you, and I submit.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Cuba. You have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. In Cuba, the integration and mainstreaming of the gender perspective in our strategies and initiatives developed at the national level, in addition to our national program for women's empowerment, as well as the presidential decree for the implementation of that program and its action plan, are our references for adopting actions aimed at empowering women and reducing gender gaps at all levels of our socio-cultural, economic, and environmental lives.
This programme promotes the participation of rural women with an emphasis on young women through diverse sources of jobs in different sectors. Moreover, it encourages in-depth analysis with a gender focus and the mainstreaming of the gender perspective across state and sub-state levels. And we also include an emphasis on technology and innovation, access to information, the protection of the environment, adaptation to climate change, working conditions for women, among other things. All of this is done to try and raise the visibility of women and empower them and reduce the existing gaps between men and women. Agriculture in Cuba has included training initiatives as well as knowledge management trainings and economic empowerment initiatives, communication and community-based initiatives, which have helped to improve the participation of women working in agriculture and involved in the sustainable use and management of land. We have also managed to identify a relationship between gender and climate change in agriculture, and we are taking multiple initiatives on environmental resilience and adaptation to climate change. The idea is to ensure that women can benefit from the opportunities linked to sustainable land management and adaptation to climate change in order to enhance gender equality and build capacity through a gender-based approach to sustainable management and assessment of ecosystem services. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Food and Agriculture Organization. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the FAO would like to bring to the attention of the party the recent release of the status of women in agri-food system in May 2023 that brings new data over the realization of the SDG 5A1, 5A2, and also over employment of women in agri-food system. FAO also wishes to underline that FAO has embraced South-South and triangular cooperation as a key way of delivering knowledge, technology transfer to enhance agri-food system transformation. FAO provides South-South mutual learning space for women leaders to share experiences, good practices, and lessons learned for knowledge exchange, partnership building, and capacity development opportunities through its We Can network in Dryland, which is part of the UNCCD Gender Caucus. FAO also wishes to reiterate its support to government to design and implement policies and programs that ensure that women and men have equal access to productive resources, organization, technology, markets, decent employment, and social protection, and that they participate and benefit equally from agricultural services and opportunities, including in fisheries and forestry. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to Mr. So Asetu Billy from Agviper Guinea to speak on behalf of civil society organizations. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is So Asetu Billy, and I'm representing the Guinean Association for the Promotion of Renewable Energies of the Republic of Guinea. I'm speaking on behalf of the CSOs that are accredited with the UNCCD, and I'd like to share our views on gender. Today, women are the most affected group in this context of generalized poverty. They have fewer resources in order to have their rights and interests upheld. In the COP15 Decision 24, the parties reaffirmed that gender equality and women and girls' empowerment, in particular those living with disabilities and who are poor in vulnerable areas, can contribute in a significant fashion to the effective implementation of the Convention. It is therefore necessary to establish priorities and measurable strategies in order to reduce the excessive load that women have to bear in such extreme situations. We must also improve access to alternative technologies in order to improve women's working conditions. And there must be relevant information for dealing with all aspects linked to desertification and land degradation. We urge parties to work very closely with women's organizations and civil society organizations that support women. Moreover, it is imperative to fully recognize women's equal right to use and own land and to improve women's equal access to land and land tenure security. We must also promote gender-responsive measures to combat desertification. Parties need to take further specific steps in order to implement the voluntary guidelines on good tenure, and also this must be done in the context of international food security. And this can be done with the support of the UNCCD, the FAO, and land tenure experts, including women's groups and civil society organizations. Fewer than half of the UNCCD parties have reported on their approaches and experiences related to gender issues, nor have they reported about the inclusion of collecting, analyzing, and using data disaggregated by sex. We urge parties to include women in a meaningful fashion in decision-making for policy development and implementation and monitoring regarding land degradation neutrality, drought, and sand and dust storms. We call on parties to provide active support for the UNCCD Secretariat by facilitating inclusive and proactive gender caucuses that organize interactions both before, during, and between COPs and CRICs in order to better achieve LDN targets and gender justice. We urge the financing institutions who are here at CRIC to assess their funding programs and application procedures on accessibility for national and local women's organizations. And we urge them to adapt them accordingly and work together with small grants and other existing initiatives and funds, because they have valuable knowledge for channeling financial resources to local level action, especially on land degradation neutrality and drought. We would also like to make a suggestion for COP16. We call for more gender-responsive implementation of the UNCCD, but to achieve that, the science policy interface should be enforced with experts on gender. Thank you.
I thank you all for your statements and interventions. I now invite the UNCCD Secretariat to address some of the questions raised. UNCCD Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think there were a number of very valuable statements that have been shared just now. I have heard a number of concerns in these statements, and I've also heard some good practices which are shared. Among the concerns, I understand that the CSOs are raising the issue of the excessive burden on women and the need for support for women's land rights and the need for support for women to access technology and information as well. I've also heard a concern about support needed for rural women, and in particular young rural women, as an issue that has been raised in some of the statements. And I would also say that there are a number of good practices that have been highlighted and I think these could be featured in the COP16 as well. There was the publication by FAO reporting good practices from the Weekend Network and women's work on dry lands. There was also the examples of legislation in Cuba, which is to empower women and promote gender equality, in particular for rural women. And this is something that we could also feature at the COP16. I've also heard from Bosnia and Herzegovina that they have the national law on gender equality, which is an important innovation, and I think that's something that we can look at as a good practice as well. I heard also from Argentina of the need to continue with a gender responsive and gender transformative approach, and that Argentina has been implementing that in their own country. And I've also heard a number of mentions of the importance of valuing the knowledge of women and the actions of women and the efforts of women on sustainable land management and addressing drought and desertification issues. With the Africa group, we've seen that gender equality and empowerment of women and youth are significant for making a difference, and that women must access the resources that they need. And so objective number 2 of the Gender Action Plan should have the highest priority. I've also noted the concern from the EU that gender should be an issue which is featured more prominently and more centrally on the CRIC and COB agendas, and that also gender should be a separate issue and not mixed with other issues within the proceedings of the CRIC. It's also been mentioned in a number of statements of the absolutely key role that women play in sustainable land management, the effectiveness of women, and the need for support for further access to resources, and above all, rights to land tenure, and to look at how this can be supported by the convention. And finally, I would say that I also heard that the need to raise the visibility of women and women's role in food security, food production, land restoration, and sustainable land management. So I'm taking note of all of these points that were made and raised in the statements, and I thank you for bringing these forward today at the session.
I thank the UNCCD Secretariat for the clarifications made. Distinguished delegates, we have thus concluded the general discussion on gender under Agenda Item 7. Further discussions will continue in CRIC Contact Group. I would now like to invite Mr. Sasha Alexander of the UNCCD Secretariat to introduce the sub-item on land tenure. Mr. Alexander, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, document ICCD CRIC 21/9 presents a report on the implementation efforts relative to land tenure at the 21st session of the Committee for the Review of the Implementation of the Convention, as requested in Decision 27 COP15. In addition to the summary of activities undertaken by the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism on Land Tenure, it presents conclusions and recommendations on ways and means to strengthen national capacities and ongoing efforts to enhance tenure security as a means to scale up sustainable land management and restoration initiatives. The Secretariat would like to highlight a few of the activities contained in the document. 1. The technical guide on the integration of the voluntary guidelines on the governance of tenure into the implementation of the UNCCD and LDN is now available in all 6 UN languages. Parties and other stakeholders are encouraged to refer to the technical guide and consider the measures outlined in its pathways to recognize, document, and enforce legitimate land tenure rights in the context of national plans, legal frameworks, strategies, and action programs to enhance the implementation of the Convention. The Secretariat has responded to the request to implement awareness-raising actions and engage with parties, civil society organizations, and other UN organizations and key partners to ensure the widest reach among all stakeholders from global to local levels. In February 2023, the UNCCD, FAO, and other partners jointly organized a first series of regional webinars for FAO staff and Rio Convention national focal points to share their experiences and case studies that demonstrate specific regional challenges as well as the potential synergies with other sustainable development priorities to help make secure tenure both an effective means and a desirable outcome of land degradation neutrality and land restoration initiatives at all scales. In May 2023, again, the UNCCD, FAO, and partners jointly organized a second series of regional webinars for all stakeholders, focusing specifically on why and how secure tenure and communal land rights can be integrated into the implementation of activities that aim to combat land degradation, climate change, and biodiversity loss. A joint UNCCD-FAO call, open from 22 May until 15 August of this year, invited parties to request support for national consultations to among other, implement a land tenure strategy and action plan, establish a multi-stakeholder platform, develop specific guidance, and exchange lessons learned. Over 30 applications from the parties were received by the deadline. The evaluation and selection process is currently ongoing and subject to the availability of resources. Finally, the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism are working to identify financing opportunities to strengthen land governance and build the business case for responsible and sustainable public and private investments to improve tenure security within the context of activities to combat desertification, land degradation, and drought, particularly taking into consideration the perspectives of Indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth. In conclusion, document ICCD CRIC 21/9 outlines some possible recommendations to be considered at CRIC 21 on the future priorities to promote awareness raising, strengthening capacity development, and mobilizing resources to enhance tenure security to achieve LDN and other implementation objectives of the Convention. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I would now like to open the floor for a general discussion on the reports presented under this agenda sub-item. Delegates wishing to take the floor are invited to raise their flag. Speakers are requested to keep statements brief and concise so that I can give the floor to as many speakers as possible. I would like to give the floor to the representative of Ghana. You have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates, the African region has taken note of and endorsed conclusions and recommendations presented by the UNCCD in document decision 27/COP15, which encourages parties to continue to integrate secure land tenure in line with the principles of the VGGT and the recommendations outlined in decision 26/COP14 in the implementation of activities to combat land degradation and to achieve the LDN. The same decisions acknowledges that further work needs to be done, whether within policy or programming efforts to integrate more secure land tenure into the implementation of the Convention. The African Group appreciates the efforts of the Secretariat in implementing the following activities: the technical guide that has been translated in the UN languages, the awareness raising, support for national consultation and land tenure and financing opportunities to strengthen the land governance. Madam Chairperson, we appreciate the need for partnership between country parties and the UNCCD Secretariat. However, we further request for the deepening of the following: awareness raising, capacity building, strengthening of multi-stakeholder platforms, gender mainstreaming, funding, social and environmental safeguards, and grievance redress mechanism. Madam Chairperson, we use this opportunity to request for supporting the financial empowerment efforts of women, since this is intrinsically linked with land access. A financially empowered woman easily gets access to land and even owns it, and that is what happens. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you for your statement. Are there any delegations wishing to take the floor under the agenda sub-item land tenure? I give now the floor to the representative of Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We welcome this chapter, and it is important to ensure that Decision 27 of COP15 continues to be implemented, ensuring land tenure security in accordance with the voluntary guidelines on good land governance in the context of national food security. We know those better by the acronym VGGT. The same applies for the recommendations of Decision 27 of COP14 regarding the implementation of activities for combating desertification and land degradation. We believe it is necessary to consider implementing initiatives and actions that bolster good land management in the context of the fight against land degradation, drought, and desertification. We need to recall the principles of responsible land tenure, and we believe that we could do so in a timely way in the framework of activities aimed at combating land degradation. Similarly, we could also do so for attaining land degradation neutrality. We believe that it is important to consider at this time boosting sustainable and responsible investments in the fight against land degradation through restoration programs that respect environmental and social safeguards in step with the principles of the guidelines on good land tenure. I believe we should encourage the global mechanism to explore innovative solutions in order to provide financing for land tenure and strengthening of land tenure. We don't need to just work on it, but we need to actually strengthen it so as to have a sound financial basis, including through public and private finance. In the framework of international law, the rules that govern this question are the subject of the domestic legislation of states. This document is very good. It's a proactive section in which we not only look at the commitments under the convention, but also the very close similarity of the goals of all parties. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Gambia. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. Madam Chair, taking the floor for the first time, on my own behalf and the people of the Republic of the Gambia, would like to thank to take this opportunity to express our profound appreciation and gratitude to the government and good people of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the warm hospitality for hosting the CRIC 21 in this beautiful city of Samarkand. Our appreciation also to the Secretariat for the good organization and preparation of a comprehensive report on land tenure. Madam Chair, the Gambia would like to align to the statement made by Ghana for the holistic approach to address land tenure issues, in addition to the recommendations made. It will be welcomed for the Secretariat to support in the integration of comprehensive and gender-responsive land tenure security strategies in country plans and programs aligned to the principles of VGGT, especially for equal and equitable access to land, women's land rights. As a woman contributes immensely in restoration initiatives, the agricultural production cycle and food security, unfortunately, most of the cases, the women are not owning lands they cultivate and restore against land degradation. As we are cognizant of the fact that there are numerous conflicts related to land contributing to the increase of land degradation, through technical assistance towards the strengthening and all-inclusive land tenure security strategies, the problems of land conflicts and alienation will not be alleviated to achieve LDN and the global biodiversity framework targets. Madam Chair, I submit.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Jordan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, allow me to warmly thank Uzbekistan and its government and its people for the wonderful welcome we have received. This is a really important question, namely land tenure. It is an issue which is part of the development process, and access to land must be guaranteed. In my country, we may have placed the emphasis on sustainable restoration of land, but land tenure allows us to improve the living conditions of the local population. In Jordan, there are multiple large-scale projects underway. For instance, land which used to be under the tenure of the government have been shared out among the local population so that they can exploit that land and draw benefits from it. The goal here was to ensure that those local communities would be fully involved in our land restoration projects. We also wanted to make sure these local communities were involved in our development process. We also placed an emphasis on gender equality and, in particular, the key role of women in land tenure. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives. The European Union and its 27 member states welcome the report on land tenure by the Secretariat. We reaffirm the central role of equal land tenure and the VGGT in combating desertification, land degradation and drought, and achieving land degradation neutrality, as well as in the realization of the land-based targets of all Rio Conventions. Recognizing legitimate tenure rights encourages responsible land stewardship and investment in conservation and restoration practices, and in consequence, supporting land tenure security significantly promotes sustainable land management. Given that women are differentially impacted by DLDD due to their substantial role in land-based activities, greater vulnerability to poverty, and weaker legal protections and social status, we wish to emphasize the importance of gender-responsive approaches to enhance land tenure security and empower women for LDN implementation. We emphasize the central role of civil society organizations in addressing land tenure security in local, national, and international contexts, as well as current shortcomings, and bringing these issues forward within the framework of the UNCCD. We continue to be convinced that without addressing land tenure as a central barrier to LDN implementation, there can and will not be any progress. We congratulate the UNCCD Secretariat and the Global Mechanism for the activities in the field of land tenure carried out since COP15. We welcome the different awareness-raising activities implemented by the UNCCD Secretariat and its partner organizations, especially the focus on women's land rights during the 2023 Desertification and Drought Day. We welcome the different and well-thought-through regional webinar series. Moreover, we would like to congratulate the UNCCD Secretariat and the FAO for their fruitful collaboration and joint efforts in this field. We underline the important contributions that civil society can make to the extensive work of the Secretariat and the national administrations, and thereby assist in advancing this topic. Most notably in supporting gathering crucial data, addressing shortcomings, and providing recommendations. We encourage parties and the Secretariat to continue to make use of their contributions and expertise in their decision-making and guidance. Regarding the support for national consultations on land tenure, the EU and its member states welcome the UNCCD Secretariat and FAO's interpretation of Decision 27 COP15 and the offer to support parties with the inclusive and participatory national level dialogues on the implementation of Decision 26 COP14, encouraging parties, FAO and the Secretariat to make sure they are truly inclusive and participatory. We highly welcome the launch of the LDN Target Setting Program 2.0 and the quest to make LDN targets specific, time-bound, policy coherent, gender responsive, and adequately integrated into planning frameworks. We would like land tenure to be more explicitly mentioned and referenced throughout the entire process. We therefore suggest explicitly addressing land tenure in the TSP 2.0 process with the aim of taking the technical guide into consideration and making the LDN targets more tenure sensitive. By tenure sensitive, we mean that whenever areas are foreseen to remain or become land degradation neutral, data on the tenure situation should be gathered and considered by adopting a do no harm and gender responsive approach and by safeguarding people's legitimate tenure rights, whether they are individual, collective, formally documented or not. The EU and its member states also welcome the efforts made by the Global Mechanism to develop a tenure checklist to give guidance on how to include land tenure in project and program development. Regarding financing opportunities to strengthen land governance, we highly welcome the GM's support to integrate more secure land tenure into LDN projects and programs and suggest considering to increasingly use the Global Environment Facility for this. We welcome the GM's development of a business case for responsible and sustainable public and private investments in land tenure, particularly taking into consideration the perspectives of indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth. Given that it is tailored to target audiences from the public and private sectors, we would like to know how it is disseminated and suggest making it publicly available. Similarly, with regard to the mapping of financing institutions with tenure-related priorities or safeguards to be considered in the project development phase, we would like to know how it is disseminated and suggest making it publicly available. Finally, as more and more convention documents on land tenure are produced, the EU and its member states would like to suggest that the Secretariat should gather them and make them available to parties and other stakeholders in a land tenure toolbox. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Equatorial Guinea. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Once again, we should very much like to thank the government of the host country, the Republic of Uzbekistan, for their welcome to us, and to the Secretariat as well for this report. We are extremely grateful to the Secretariat for this report. It's a very important one in considering this issue, particularly when it comes to preserving biodiversity as a key consideration when it comes to combating desertification and drought. Madam Chair, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea is a country located in the planet's second lung, the Congo Basin, where biodiversity is of global importance. And biodiversity of global importance is to be found in this area. That is why preserving biodiversity is so closely linked to combating desertification and drought, as well as combating climate change, and why that's so important, because of the role played by biodiversity when it comes to ecosystems. Consequently, we believe that the red list that RLI considered goes for a scale to 0 to 1 and offers sufficient information, but not at the local level, because these ecosystems that exist at the local level have a different strata. If you have in tropical forests, rainforests, for example, you can find different species than in different strata of the same forest, where the strata are very, very complicated. For example, the lower ones, the higher ones, the biodiversity is different in all of them. And we would therefore suggest to the Secretariat that when you look at species extinction, that you also take into account other factors like the environmental consequences at local level. You might include some indicators, such as the recruitment quota, the level of degradation of ecosystems, to assess the existence or lack thereof in a particular species within a certain period of time. That would be useful, particularly if you could include it with the key preservation factor of biodiversity in key areas. Once again, then, we suggested this to the Secretariat, that they include indicators on certain local considerations within different countries, so that these indicators be complementary to what's already being done, so that you can have an active understanding of the situation of biodiversity in the different ecosystems in each of the geographical situations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Australia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to talk today about land tenure in the context of our Indigenous peoples. The Australian Government recognises the importance of Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islands peoples' connection to land and waters. We seek to support Indigenous peoples to maintain a distinctive cultural, spiritual, physical and economic relationship with their land and waters. Under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, the Australian Government has committed to a 15% increase in Indigenous peoples' legal rights and interests to land and sea by 2030. This commitment recognises that Indigenous peoples play an important part in Australia's social, cultural and economic makeup. Land security supports traditional owner groups to robustly protect and manage rights and interests now and into the future. It also encourages economic and social opportunities and supports traditional owners to make informed decisions about their land. Indigenous Australians' rights and interests in land are recognised across approximately 55% of the land area of Australia. Another 12% of Australia is currently subject to application of recognition of native title rights. The Australian Government has committed to protect, conserve and manage environmental and traditional cultural values through activities led by Indigenous peoples, which directly address land degradation through the Indigenous Protected Areas and Indigenous Ranges programs. These programs have proven successful in managing ecosystems in areas that are otherwise prone to desertification by Indigenous peoples integrating their cultural knowledge and also Western science to undertake initiatives such as traditional fire management, freshwater and waterhole management, land rehabilitation, and the control of invasive species and feral animals. There are now 127 Rangers groups funded through the Commonwealth's Indigenous Rangers programs and 84 dedicated Indigenous Protected Areas across Australia. The Australian Government has also committed to doubling the number of Indigenous Rangers and work towards gender equality by the end of the decade, and to fund at least another 10 new Indigenous Protected Areas. We recognise the important contribution of our Indigenous peoples in managing our natural environment in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Mexico. You have the floor.
Gracias. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. Mexico would like to thank the Secretariat for this report, and we'd like to commend the global mechanism on the progress made in the work done on land tenure. This convention, with all the legal diversity of uses and customs that are present in all of the states, should be proud of having taken into account this historical past in COP15 in Abidjan. We saw consensus on integrating land tenure and access to land for women to land tenure. We'd like to flag that it is important to have an overview of the intergenerational approach, particularly when it comes to Indigenous peoples, to make sure there is proper evolution of land tenure, which as a right also includes responsible management. We suggest that there should be meetings upstream of the COP regionally to hear the concerns and needs of the different countries, to consider whether they could be useful in the COP. For Mexico, it's important to identify actions in the 3 Rio Conventions which contribute to preventing drought and land degradation, and to collaborate to ensure food security and water security. Thus, indicators are required to assess the progress made. In Mexico, we have a program regarding land titles and other innovative plans regarding land, particularly with the gender-based approach, because we believe that this perspective is cross-cutting throughout all programs under the Convention. We will be sharing increased information on this electronically. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and distinguished delegates. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Food and Agriculture Organization. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tenure security, access to markets, training, and technology are essential for long-term investments in sustainable land management and forestry. Clarification of tenure rights, including forest rights, to high-value resources such as trees for smallholders, and supporting community-based forestry generates opportunities for value chain development. FAO in particular wishes to share that the organization has proactively engaged its human resources and funding to support the Decision 27 COP15 under the UNCCC FAO joint initiative to integrate tenure security into land restoration initiatives. FAO's support has focused on contributing to the availability of the technical guide in all 6 UN languages, supporting the 2 series of raising awareness webinars jointly to UNCCD and partners. In parallel, FAO has also supported the production of raising awareness material on the land degradation neutrality tenure nexus to a broad audience in partnership with the Land Portal Foundation, and FAO has been working with WOCAT to the production of a add-on model tenure for SLM to the Global Sustainable Land Management Database to support good practices, reporting, and exchanges. FAO remains ready to support parties in addressing and integrating tenure into their LDN initiatives by mobilizing its technical workforce and technical know-how to address governance of tenure in LDN initiatives in view of the inclusion of all stakeholders, and in particular, the most vulnerable as women, indigenous people, youth, local communities, and pastoralists. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Gabon. You have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My country, Gabon, would like to thank the people of Uzbekistan for their hospitality. This is the first time that I have taken the floor, and it's also the first time I've spoken at CRIC. The issue of proper land management is extremely important. My country, Gabon, has established a land assignment or allocation committee to enable the rural communities to have access to land in order to enable them to enjoy development and empowerment. However, my country is around 90% forest, and we'd like to stress here the need to enable Gabon to have the possibility of seeing the contribution of the forest from the Congo Basin in combating desertification, because indeed, if our forests are destroyed, that will considerably affect desertification in the region. So that was the contribution that I wanted to bring. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to Mr. Vashe Kazungu from TMG Research Kenya to speak on behalf of civil society organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, my name is Vashe Kazungu and I represent TMG Research. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the civil society organizations accredited to the UNCCD. Over the last 4 years, the Convention has made significant progress in supporting parties to implement the principles of responsible land governance in national policies and measures to achieve land degradation neutrality. However, more action is required to ensure LDN measures do not infringe on the legitimate tenure rights, including informal and customary tenure rights of local communities, indigenous people, women, and youth. It is crucial to affirm their rights, support their sustainable use of land resources, and secure their livelihoods. In this regard, there is need for capacity development on VGGTs in the context of LDN, of national government agencies, subnational institutions, knowledge institutes, and civil society actors, and we encourage donors to further financially support these activities. We acknowledge that setting and implementing national voluntary LDN targets has significant implications for land uses and for legitimate tenure rights of local communities, indigenous people, women, and youth who currently rely on land for their subsistence, food security, and household incomes. We strongly urge parties to prioritize the collection and updating of existing quantitative and qualitative data on land use and land tenure, the formalization of customary land tenure rights, and the documentation of all legitimate land tenure rights in LDN priority areas prior to the development or revision of national LDN plans. Harmonized data on accessible land tenure management platforms is vital for sectoral ministries and other development actors, and can facilitate knowledge exchange and inform practice development of the implementation of VGGT at all levels. We call upon parties to ensure that land use decisions do not infringe on tenure rights of indigenous people, local communities, women, and youth. We encourage parties to work with civil society, academia, research organizations to assess land tenure issues and to initiate national-level dialogues on the implementation of the VGGT in LDN policies in an inclusive and participatory manner. Civil society organizations, women's groups, indigenous peoples groups, youth groups, and land tenure experts must be involved from the inception of these dialogues. We need responsible governance systems in place, systems that include practical implementation of the VGGT for improved and effective fight against desertification, land degradation, and drought. The implementation of COP14 Decision 26 should not just be a paper exercise, it should simultaneously result in a change of processes and practices at all levels. Thank you.
I thank you all for your statements and interventions. I now invite the UNCCD Secretariat to address some of the questions raised. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the colleagues, all the delegates. No doubt that further work is needed. We only have 2 decisions so far with regards to land tenure. And as I've heard from the room, we've made significant progress given the limited resources. I would like to also state that we are, as a secretariat and as a convention and as the Conference of the Parties, we are very happy to have FAO, to have the joint UNCCD FAO initiative, and the other partners, many of which are in the room today, that will be coming together as a team to support awareness raising, capacity development, and resource mobilization for tenure security. I'd also like to address a couple of suggestions, concerns. One is with regards to the Target Setting Program 2.0. As you know, that program was focused on integrated land use planning, but as many of us recognize and as many policymakers recognize, land use planning does require the idea of tenure, the idea of rights, the idea of spatially explicit access and control in order to do effective land use planning at the landscape scale. So we are working with the Global Mechanism to address that issue, and where it's possible, we will be integrating land tenure into the 18 countries that have been selected for 2.0. In terms of dissemination and public accessibility of the documents, I believe that's pretty much our protocol, the way that we operate. So I will just confirm with the Global Mechanism, but I believe that the checklist, the toolbox, the business case, these will all be available for consultation before final drafts are prepared, and they will be posted on the UNCCD website. Then, with regards to the ecosystems and the land cover being addressed, yes, forests are absolutely critical. Indigenous peoples are recognized as important stewards in forest ecosystems. So the land tenure work that we have that we move forward with is geared towards virtually all land-based ecosystems, forests, grasslands, pasture lands, croplands, and so forth. So we're definitely looking at that. In terms of the national consultations, we will be looking towards the country for their capacity needs, for their expectations, and for how land tenure can be integrated with their development priorities. So the consultations will be very much customized according to the circumstances. And then I guess the last point I would just say is that many of the delegates talked about safeguards, and that is obviously very important to us as we move forward, economic and social safeguards, and with regards specifically to customary, informal, and traditional rights that are operational, that are very effective, but that are somehow not recognized or not respected and enforced to the level that is necessary or that is appropriate. So we will be taking that into account as we move forward with the work on land tenure. So thank you very much.
I thank the UNCCD Secretariat for the clarifications made. Distinguished delegates, we have thus concluded the general discussion on land tenure under Agenda Item 7, Policy Frameworks and Thematic Topics, Sand and Dust Storms, Drought, Land Tenure and Gender, and overall discussions on Agenda Item 7. Further discussions will continue in the Creek Contact Group. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the committee to continue consideration of Agenda Item 2, Assessment of Implementation, Strategic Objectives 1 to 4. In line with the adopted schedule of work for the session, the committee will begin consideration of Strategic Objective 4, for which you have before you document ICCD/CRIC21/5. I would like to invite Mrs. Anja Tust from the UNCCD Secretariat to introduce the document. Mrs. Anja Tust, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, in Decision 7 COP13, the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification adopted the UNCCD 2018-2030 Strategic Framework. Strategic Objective 4 of this framework aims to generate global environmental benefits through the implementation of the Convention. The indicators used for the reporting on progress towards Strategic Objective 4 are those identified by parties in Decision 22 COP11 and 11 COP15, namely trends in carbon stocks above and below ground, which is also used to measure progress towards Strategic Objective 1, trends in abundance and distribution of selected species, and finally, proportion of important sites for terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity that are covered by protected areas by ecosystem type. The latter has been provisionally adopted as optional for reporting in Decision 11 COP15. In line with this, I'm pleased to present document ICCD CRIC 21/4, which contains the synthesis and preliminary analysis of information submitted by country parties on SO4. It analyzes the two biodiversity-related progress indicators from global and regional perspectives. Furthermore, the document contains an analysis of national voluntary targets relevant to Strategic Objective 4 and a compilation of additional indicators in use at national level. The document offers some conclusions on the status of activities relating to SO4 and some recommendations for consideration by CRIC at its 21st session. Madam Chair, with your permission, the Secretariat has prepared a presentation to provide the committee with further information on the key findings contained in this document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Just. I would like now to invite Mr. Brian O'Connor from the UNCCD Secretariat to make a presentation on this sub-item. Mr. O'Connor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now present the results of reporting for Strategic Objective 4. Before I start presenting the key findings, it is important to clarify that the information presented should not be interpreted as a comprehensive global or regional assessment of status and trends in these indicators. Rather, it presents a partial estimate of progress made, as not all parties have submitted a report and not all parties have reported all indicators. For instance, of the 126 national reports submitted to the UNCCD, 108 reports contained information on at least one of the indicators under SO4. These reports represent approximately 45% of the total global land area for each indicator under SO4. The first indicator is trends in the abundance and distribution of selected species, for which the Red List Index is the chosen metric. The Red List Index is a measure of the aggregate species extinction risk based on a number of species groups whose threat status has been assessed by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, IUCN. A Red List Index value of 0 indicates all species are extinct, while 1 indicates that species are of least concern. The Red List Index is also SDG indicator 15.5.1. In terms of the reported land area by region, the coverage varies considerably, as can be seen in this map, which represents the global distribution of reported values for the most recent year in the 2000 to 2019 period. Based on an analysis of the annual RLI values between 2000 and 2019, the majority of country parties reported a downward trend in the RLI, i.e. more species are moving towards extinction. Of these trends, 26% were moderate to strong downward trends. However, only 8% of countries reported an upward trend, i.e. that the species extinction risk is abating. Not only were parties asked to report quantitative data in terms of species extinction risk, they were also asked to rank a series of drivers of the observed negative changes in order of importance. The list of drivers made available to parties was taken from the 2019 Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services by the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service, IPBES. The highest ranked driver was land use change, followed by climate change and over-exploitation. Lastly, in terms of qualitative analysis of this indicator, parties were asked to rank, in terms of importance, the responses that led to a positive upward trend in the Red List Index. The top-ranked response reported was awareness raising, followed by conservation, designation and planning, while species management, law enforcement and prosecution, and land and water management were all ranked of equal importance in the observed upward trends in the RLI. Now, the second indicator is proportion of important sites for terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity that are covered by protected areas by ecosystem type. The metric for this indicator is the average proportion of terrestrial key biodiversity areas, KBAs, covered by protected areas. This metric is also SDG indicator 15.1.2. In total, although 105 parties reported quantitative information on this indicator, the reporting rate varied by region, as you can see from this map. In terms of the analysis of the reported data from 2000 to 2019, we found that the majority of parties reported an upward trend in the proportion of terrestrial KBAs covered by protected areas. 18% of those countries reported moderate to strong upward trends in coverage. Notably, no countries reported a significant downward trend in the protected area coverage. In addition to the quantitative data reported, parties were asked to report on the drivers presumed to be behind the observed changes using a free text comments box. Parties reported a range of drivers as listed here. These range from the implementation of national biodiversity strategies to government interventions on the role of non-governmental organization and other community-based conservation efforts. Finally, 55 country parties reported 174 national and subnational voluntary targets to help generate global environmental benefits through effective implementation of the Convention. In terms of the status of achievement, 71% were reported as ongoing, while 7% were reported as achieved and 6% partially achieved. These targets covered a broad range of thematic areas, but our analysis showed that the top 3 thematic areas for the SO4 targets were in nature or biodiversity, land management, and climate action. Based on these findings, document ICCD/CRIC21/4 contains some draft recommendations for consideration by the committee with a view to initiating early consultations on draft decisions to be forwarded to the COP at its 16th session. I will just highlight a couple of these recommendations, but invite you to refer to the document for the full set. Firstly, the committee may wish to invite parties to fully adopt the indicator, proportion of important sites for terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity that are covered by protected areas by ecosystem type, and its metric, average proportion of terrestrial key biodiversity areas covered by protected areas. Furthermore, for the Red List Index, which is also SDG Indicator 15.51, and the average proportion of terrestrial key biodiversity areas by protected areas, which is SDG Indicator 15.1.2, the committee may wish to request the Secretariat to ensure that data derived from the SDG Indicator database of the United Nations Statistics Division are directly imported to PRAISE for national reporting, without the need for additional verification by parties, in order to reduce the reporting burden and avoid duplication of data validation efforts. Before I close my presentation, I would encourage you to explore our data dashboard that allows you to visualize the reported data on biodiversity in new ways. Some of you may have already seen the dashboard at our site event, which took a deeper dive into the data. While thanking you for your attention, I would also like to invite you to share with us your views on both the data dashboard and the reporting platform so that we can improve them in preparation for the next reporting. You will find the links to these surveys in the UNCCD conference app under the CRIC21 information section. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. I would now like to open the floor for a general discussion on the document presented under this agenda sub-item. I will take all comments and then give the floor to the Secretariat to respond. Delegates wishing to take the floor are invited to raise their flag. Speakers are requested to keep statements brief and concise so that I can give the floor to as many speakers as possible. I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan. You have the floor.
First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on this topic. Fact is that this wildlife, biodiversity, protected areas, these are very significant and greatly contribute towards desertification control as well. For that matter, these are rightly included over there. But I want to emphasize one thing regarding the reporting procedure. DART is a UNEP-led initiative that is a data reporting tool that is used for biodiversity, CBD, CMS, CITES, but these can be a very significant tool for UNCCD as well. As you have said that we can get a data from SDGs. So getting data from a DART program or having stronger synergies with DART program can be very much promising. It will significantly reduce the efforts of the countries, as well as it will also enhance the quality of data, because the DART uses very strong databases in the background regarding protected areas, regarding species. So it will be very significant to develop stronger synergies. This was my understanding, and I wanted to share with this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of India. You have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Namaste, Honorable Madam Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives. I am taking the floor for the first time, so firstly I would like to extend my gratitude to the government and the people of Republic of Uzbekistan for the warm hospitality extended by them in this beautiful and the historic city of Samarkand. I also appreciate and thank the Secretariat of UNCCD for working tirelessly for organizing the CRIC 21. It was a wonderful experience to take part in the tree planting event held on the first day. I would also like to take this opportunity to appreciate the afforestation program of the Republic of Uzbekistan, that is Yashil Makon, Green Nation, intended to plant 1 billion trees over the 5 years to increase the country's tree cover and combat climate change that would help in restoration of degraded land, as well as adding towards the well-being of the humanity. Now coming to the SO4, the analysis of the Red List Index reflects a comprehensive assessment of aggregate species extinction risk, providing an understanding of the global situation. The majority of the reporting countries acknowledging the downward trend of RLI further highlights the urgency of addressing the threats to biodiversity. The identification of the direct drivers such as land use change, climate change, and overexploitation, as well as indirect drivers that include human population dynamics and trends, production and consumption patterns, and trade, align with our recognition of the complex interplay of the factors affecting the biodiversity. We acknowledge the need to include environmental law and implementation, incentives and capacity building, and cross-sectoral cooperation as crucial for reversing the negative trends in RLI. India acknowledges the reported importance of awareness raising and conservation design and planning as responses leading to upward trends in the RLI, as indicated in the report. We emphasize the need for comprehensive strategies to mitigate extinction risk. Additionally, we endorse the suggestion to compile RLI data at the national level in alignment with IUCN Red List criteria guidelines, recognizing its potential to enhance understanding of relevant taxonomic groups within national borders. The upward trend of the key biodiversity areas, that is KBAs, in the majority of the countries reflects a robust commitment to biodiversity conservation by the party countries. Protection of the key biodiversity areas through policy interventions at national, regional, and global levels, as well as the role of NGOs and community being the major drivers of the increasing trends of the protected area coverage, demonstrates the multifaceted and collaborative approach to conservation. However, there is a need for reflection on the conservation efforts, as the positive trends of KBA are not reflected in the direction of RLI. India is committed to biodiversity conservation and protection of key biodiversity areas through its network of protected areas that includes national parks, sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, community reserves, sacred groves, etc., which is guided by the policies, laws, regulations, and acts supporting the conservation, preventing illegal trade, and recognizing the community involvement for protection. Initiatives like Project Tiger and Project Elephant contribute to the recovery of the flagship species and their habitat. The National Biodiversity Authorities oversees the implementation of the Biological Diversity Act, promoting equitable biodiversity use. The National Forest Policy of India guides on strategically integrating the key biodiversity areas into the conservation framework. Initiatives such as the Green India Mission, integrated development of wildlife habitats, and community involvement emphasizes the holistic conservation approach. The government actively supports biodiversity exploration through renowned research partnerships aiming for a deeper understanding of ecological richness. Collaborative projects involve governmental bodies, NGOs, and community participation to catalog and conserve unique species, emphasizing sustainable ecosystem management. Local communities play a central role, with the government encouraging their involvement through initiatives like community reserves. This inclusive approach not only promotes biodiversity awareness, but also empowers communities to be stewards of their surrounding, aligning with the ethos of balancing conservation and sustainable development. Madam Chair and distinguished delegates, India supports the decisions made for advancing global environmental benefits through the effective implementation of the UNCCD Convention. We welcome the call to encourage parties to fully integrate climate change mitigation and adaptation, along with biodiversity conservation and sustainable use in national land degradation neutrality interventions. This integration, with due consideration of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, underscores a holistic approach. Additionally, emphasizing participatory, integrated, and biodiversity inclusive spatial planning, restoration, protected areas, and the reduction of species extinction risk aligns with the broader global conservation objectives. The call to adopt key indicators, streamline reporting processes, and explore integrations into existing data tools demonstrates a commitment to efficiency and accuracy in reporting. Additionally, the emphasis on geospatial data integration for improved understanding of the linkages between land use change, land degradation, and biodiversity signifies a forward-looking and technology-driven strategy for enhanced national reporting and analysis. Thank you, Madam Chair, and everyone for your kind attention. Rahmat. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to the representative of Argentina. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We welcome this document very much. We'd like to commend the work that has been done. It was done in a timely way and in good depth, and it is worth underscoring how comprehensive it is. The recommendations that relate to climate change conservation and the sustainable use of biodiversity in national actions to ensure land degradation neutrality must reflect the Kunming-Montreal framework. We just wanted to point that out. We need to strengthen synergies for these reports, and we must ensure that there is no duplication in the work done by focal points under other conventions and ours, and we must also make sure that data provided by geospatial detection stations are not used before they have been verified. Therefore, to the extent possible, there should be a body for verifying the data. If we do approve of geospatial data as a secondary source of data for countries, as is suggested in the document, we do need to ensure the quality of the data that is used. Moreover, importing data that is validated from the Red List Index of Objective 12.5.1 and the protection of key biodiversity areas, which is Indicator 15.1.2, as long as these do not undermine the data reliability, would be a major step forward in the process of reporting. And we see that this is encouraged in the document, so thank you very much for that.
I give the floor to the representative of European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, the European Union and its 27 member states acknowledge that enhancing the synergies between biodiversity conservation, mitigation of and adaptation to climate change and combating desertification, land degradation and drought requires more concerted actions and projects that aim at contributing to the objectives of the CBD, the UNFCCC and the UNCCD simultaneously. Initiatives to achieve land degradation neutrality under the UNCCD represent a promising opportunity to boost these synergies. In addition, we would like to underscore the potential of nature-based solutions to simultaneously address land degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change. The EU and its member states note with concern the general downward trend of the values of the Red List Index, which shows that we need to step up global efforts to conserve and restore biodiversity. On the other hand, we welcome the increase of the proportion of key biodiversity areas covered by protected areas, but at the same time, we note the high proportion of parties where overall coverage is low or very low. We believe these indicators are useful to monitor biodiversity. However, we also believe that it would be positive to complement them with additional biodiversity indicators focused specifically on the links between desertification and biodiversity. Therefore, we would like to invite the Secretariat to explore this possibility in order to propose additional indicators to parties for future reporting cycles, starting by assessing the indicators used under the Kunming Global Biodiversity Framework. We think that indicators should assist countries in setting relevant targets and developing and implementing adequate policies, plans, and actions. In this regard, we deem it necessary to further assess if the proposed biodiversity indicator of key biodiversity areas should be fully adopted, as there is no clear link between this indicator and DLDD or the benefits derived from the implementation for the UNCCD. We invite the Secretariat to provide an assessment of how this indicator helps us evaluate if the implementation of the UNCCD is generating benefits for biodiversity conservation and restoration, and whether it offers additional information about progress made towards achieving the UNCCD's objectives. We consider it necessary to continue studying how to measure the benefits of policies and actions to combat desertification, land degradation and drought, on the conservation and restoration of biodiversity, and the fight against climate change to find the best indicators for monitoring and reporting. The EU and its member states recognize the potential of the data reporting tool for multilateral environmental agreements to enhance the synergies between the UN conventions and other processes in the field of knowledge and information management. Consequently, we support exploring options for integrating the UNCCD monitoring strategic framework into this tool. Moreover, considering that a large number of country parties relied on default data to report on these indicators, we would like to stress the importance of harmonizing the information provided by the SDG datasets and the default data provided by the Secretariat. Concerning this matter, we believe it is paramount to prevent inconsistencies and duplication of validation, and therefore we propose integrating this data directly into PRAISE. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to the representative of St. Lucia. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the head table and delegates. Since it's my first time taking the mic, I would like to, on behalf of the government and people of St. Lucia, thank the people and, well, the government and people of the Republic of Uzbekistan for both hosting CRIC 21 and inviting us to this historic and beautiful city, right? Madam Chair, I would like to congratulate the Secretariat on the production of the report. As it's well known, Caribbean seeds are considered or are known as a crucial biodiversity hotspot. And the ecosystem services that are provided are essential in combating climate shocks. Although St. Lucia found the global data provided to be useful, it did not adequately represent our situation. We note the link between land degradation and biodiversity, and therefore we call upon the Secretariat to assist SIDS in generating more appropriate data for the next praise report. I thank you again, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of St. Kitts and Nevis. You have the floor.
Pleasant good afternoon. As the first time taking the floor, we, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, would like to recognize and commend the UNCCD and the people and government of Uzbekistan for hosting this important meeting. Madam Chair, we of St. Kitts and Nevis lend support to the comments made by our colleague of St. Lucia. We recognize the value of the global data generated or compiled by the Secretariat. However, we echo the call for support to enable us to generate data that truly reflects our actual situation. We often have inventories that generate data of a qualitative nature. However, this falls short in terms of being quantitative, meaning we know what is there, but how much we do not know. And what this does is it hampers us from truly enacting conservation methods adequately. If we have the means to generate these data, which is more of a quantitative nature, it would enable us to have data that we can make more informed decisions and put in place better efforts, enable us to know what our situation is and where we're heading. I thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Australia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Australia broadly agrees to the recommendations in the report on Strategic Objective 4. In particular, we are very supportive of Recommendation 38B to adopt the indicator that the proportion of important sites for terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity that are covered by protected areas by ecosystem type. This indicator and its metric are strongly aligned with Australian government priorities. This indicator also shows a strong connection with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the Sustainable Development Goals, which Australia is actively working towards. Australia is investing $14.5 million to establish 10 new Indigenous protected areas to better protect and conserve more of Australia's land and sea. These Indigenous protected areas are areas of land and sea country managed by our Indigenous peoples, and they also deliver positive environmental outcomes for the benefit of all Australians. They now cover 87 million hectares of Australia's land and over 5 million hectares of sea country. This is the majority of Australia's national estate. This new funding is part of Australia's $231 million commitment to expand and improve the Indigenous Protected Areas program over the next 5 years. By supporting Indigenous peoples to look after their own country, these protected areas offer multiple benefits with better environmental protection, stronger economic opportunities, and a more enduring connection to land and culture. We recently celebrated the protection of 2.2 million hectares on the native title lands of the Martu people. The protection of this land is a boost for critical habitat of threatened species like the night parrot and the greater bilby. These new protected areas also count towards Australia's commitment under the Global Biodiversity Framework to protect 30% of Australia's land and sea by 2030. It was also interesting to hear from the Indian delegate today about their network of protected areas, ensuring that they have legal protection and have community support and awareness to help protect some of their iconic species. I was lucky enough this year to see Project Tiger in action and really appreciate the great efforts to protect this critically endangered species. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of United States. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate the Secretariat's work on this strategic objective and appreciate the submitted information that they analyzed and shared. We are happy to see that the countries reported land use change as the #1 driver of negative RLI. This is also the United States position and is supported by current scientific literature. This again shows the importance of sustainable land use planning and helping achieve the objectives of the Convention. We urge the UNCCD Secretariat and parties to take this in mind as they pursue actions going forward. The United States also urges all countries to increase the percentage of land under protection. It will help countries reduce land degradation, the goal of the UNCCD, achieve pledged goals to protect 30% of land by 2030 made by the parties here under the GBF, and to achieving SDG 15.3.1. Domestically, the United States is doing the same. In May 2021, the United States announced a vision to work collaboratively to conserve and restore the lands, waters, and wildlife that support and sustain our nation. That plan created a locally led and voluntary nationwide conservation goal to conserve 30% of U.S. land and waters by 2030, 30 by 30, as the President said. The plan created a decade-long effort to support locally led and voluntary conservation across public, private, and tribal lands in order to create jobs and strengthen the economy's foundation, tackle the climate and nature crisis we have been discussing in this forum and others, and address inequitable access to the outdoors. It was developed in a collaborative manner with farmers, ranchers, fishers, and the honoring of tribal sovereignty and public-private property rights. Achieving the President's goal, we have engaged in a whole-of-government effort. The U.S. Department of Agriculture expanded the Conservation Reserve Program by offering new incentives, higher rental rates, and more focused attention on sensitive lands, with a goal of enrolling 4 million acres and capturing 3.6 million metric tons of CO2 in this voluntary program. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced a proposal for the largest expansion in recent history of hunting and sporting and fishing opportunities for game species across 2.1 million acres at 90 national wildlife refuges and on lands of 1 national fish hatchery. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association announced the expansion of the Florida Garden Banks National Marine Sanctuary, nearly tripling the size of the sanctuary and protecting 14 reefs and banks. The National Park Service announced $150 million in funding for the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program to build parks in underserved communities. NOAA worked in partnership with the state of Connecticut to create a living classroom for education, research, and recreation with youth by designating the National Estuarine Research Reserve in Long Island Sound in January 2022. It was the 30th estuary reserve in the U.S. national system. The Department of Agriculture finalized roadless rules for the Tongass National Forest in Alaska, an area of immense cultural significance for Alaskan Native peoples. At 16.7 million acres, the Tongass represents the largest intact tract of coastal temperate rainforest on Earth and is critical for carbon sequestration to help mitigate climate change. The U.S. Department of Interior took action to protect the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness and surrounding watershed, a spectacular network of rivers, lakes, and forests in northeastern Minnesota that compromises some of the most heavily visited wilderness areas in the United States. And the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency acted to help protect Bristol Bay, the most productive wild salmon ecosystem in this world. This step protected certain waters that are important to sustaining Southwest Alaska's salmon resources and those of the indigenous people there. And in the spirit of the UNCCD, we are happy to share these details about our efforts, experiences, and lessons learned from this effort to help other countries protect more of their biodiversity and species near extinction, as well as increase the area under protection to meet the goals of the UNCCD, GBF, and SDG. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Ecuador. You have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for having drafted this report, and we appreciate the fact that the submission of information provided by parties is pulled together with efforts on monitoring regarding SO4, as well as 15.1 and 15.4 of the SDGs, and Goal A of particularly targets 3 and 4 of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. At the same time, we welcome the recommendation to encourage parties to integrate mitigation to climate change, as well as preservation and sustainable use of biodiversity in national interventions on LDN. We believe that the recommendation to reduce the reporting burden is welcome, as well as to avoid duplicating tasks, for example, regarding data from the RLI and the average proportion of key KBAs, that this would be included in protected areas, and that would come from the database on indicators from the Statistics Office of the United Nations, would also be assessed by the Statistics Office, and that inputs would be directly inputted into price when it comes to presenting national information without needing to have it verified once again. We might also explore overlapping data from other multilateral environmental agreements, such as CITES and the Ramsar Convention. Moreover, we believe that the recommendation to seek the link from geospatial information to provide analysis in the documents is worthwhile. Madam Chair, lastly, in terms of SDG 4, we believe it is worthwhile urging parties to adopt, implement technologies and practices on sustainable land management. This is the concept that was accepted under the conceptual framework of land degradation neutrality under this convention when it comes to preservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ramsar. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me thank the government of Uzbekistan and the people of Uzbekistan for the wonderful hospitality here, and of course the Secretariat for preparation of this preliminary analysis. Chair, distinguished delegates, wetlands are invaluable ecosystems supporting water and food security. They host exceptional biodiversity, and they store more carbon in their soil than any other ecosystem types. They're also crucial for sustainable production landscapes. However, historical loss of wetlands is extensive, and many wetland types continue to rapidly degrade. For example, agriculture, which is highly dependent on wetlands, is also a primary driver of wetland loss globally through conversion, water extraction, and use of agrochemicals. Integration of wetland conservation, restoration, and sustainable use in national land degradation neutrality intervention provides a means to prevent loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services, and to harness the unrivaled mitigation opportunities provided by wetlands while reducing climate risk. The Conference of Parties of the Convention on Wetlands in Resolution 14.6 encouraged parties to consider the relevance of their actions to implement the Convention on Wetlands to the UNCCD and land degradation neutrality targets. In this regard, I note that a number of LDN plans already include wetland-related targets. I'd like to draw attention to national wetland inventories developed by contracting parties to the Convention on Wetlands as tools for assessment, planning, and reporting. This provides the basis for reporting on SDG Indicator 661, change in extent of water-related ecosystems over time, for which the Convention on Wetlands is a co-custodian. These national wetland inventories can support design of area-based conservation measures, including wetlands of international importance. They can inform prioritization of restoration effort, as well as sectoral planning. Lastly, the Scientific and Technical Review Panel of the Convention on Wetlands is, under its current work plan, developing tools that support wetland inventory and consideration of wetland carbon stock and fluxes in climate change planning frameworks. These efforts and tools may also be relevant in the context of land degradation neutrality target setting, as well as reporting. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to the representative of Food and Agriculture Organization. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. FAO welcomes the report on the preliminary analysis strategic objective 4 to generate global environmental benefits through effective implementation of the UNCCD. The FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity was approved at the FAO conference in 2019 in a view of preparation for the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. The strategy aims to mainstream biodiversity across agricultural sectors at national, regional, and international levels in a structured and coherent manner, taking into account national priorities, needs, regulations, and policies and country programming frameworks, with the objective to reduce the negative impacts of agricultural practices on biodiversity, to promote sustainable agricultural practices, and to conserve, enhance, preserve, and restore biodiversity as a whole. Countries have been supported in the implementation of global plans of actions on animal, plant, and forest genetic resources. The Framework for Action on Biodiversity for Food and Agriculture, developed under the auspice of Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, in response to the report of the State of the World's Biodiversity for Food and Agriculture, was endorsed by the FAO Council in 2021. It contains more than 50 actions grouped into 3 strategic priority areas: characterization, assessment, and monitoring, management, sustainable use and conservation, and institutional frameworks. The Council also adopted the Global Plan of Action for Aquatic Genetic Resources for Food and developed in response to the report of the State of the World's Aquatic Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Second, FAO supports the LDN targets and monitoring plans by building capacity on innovative monitoring tools, such as the new Framework for Ecosystem Restoration Monitoring FAIRM. The FAIRM consists of a geospatial platform and a registry of restoration initiatives. It is the official monitoring platform for tracking global progress and disseminating good practices for the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. It also supports countries in reporting areas under restoration for the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Target 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to Mr. Harrison Aibenoko from IMLEBU Self-Help, Cameroon, to speak on behalf of civil society organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates. I'm speaking on behalf of the civil society organizations accredited to the United Nations Convention on Desertification. While delivering this statement, the entire world is facing new challenges related to climate change, economic recession, socio-political instabilities, wars, and other conflicts that are increasing the threat to our lands, food security, and well-being. The links between land use change, land degradation, climate change, and biodiversity are undeniable. And integrated approaches at territorial levels are essential to address these issues. Species, including humans, are increasingly threatened with extinction. The data provided by the report on Goal 4 is not sufficient to show precisely at the territorial level how land conservation helps to protect biodiversity. Civil society organizations working directly with indigenous people and local communities take a synergistic approach when tackling climate change, soil degradation, and biodiversity protection. Therefore, civil society organizations can testify that pastoral areas, when inclusively organized, are home to a rich biodiversity. Agroecological approaches support natural processes and enable cooperations between all living organisms and the production of sustainable food. This synergetic approach, which has always been emphasized by the parties, has not been achieved at national levels between the ministries or departments responsible for the conventions. Aiming to generate global environmental benefits through the implementation of the UNCCD forces us to once again question our current lifestyle and the future life of the planet. As Executive Secretary Ibrahim Tour pointed out at the opening of CRIC 21, a disaster such as the disappearance of the RLC shows how much the environment and livelihoods can be systematically destroyed in just one generation. Growing commitments to restore land and create protected areas are encouraging, but immediate actions are needed to stop investments that are harmful to land biodiversity and that leads to carbon emissions. We urge the parties to immediately stop public support to land-degrading agriculture, infrastructure, mining, and extractive industries. We therefore call on the parties to the Convention to consider the report's recommendations to improve monitoring and reporting on this Objective 4 and make the data available in an accessible, public-friendly way so that the citizens of the world are able to improve their understanding of the links between land, biodiversity, climate change, and food for people. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to the representative of Eswatini. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The activities that are required to tackle Objective 4 are beyond this convention, and therefore this indicates that there is need to improve collaboration with the other Rio Convention, that is CBD and UNFCCC. We always talk of synergies, but I think we require practical steps that we can take to initiate working together with this convention, taking into consideration and putting together the financial and technical resources so that we can be able to adequately address biodiversity conservation initiatives. I submit, Chair.
I thank you all for your statements and interventions. I now invite the UNCCD Secretariat to address some of the questions raised. UNCCD Secretariat, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you for all the comments from the floor. We will attempt to summarize in a very briefly, because we're running out of time, what has been said. So we see that there's general desire to approve the indicator on key biodiversity areas and protected area coverage. For those who may be wondering how useful it is for the LDN and linking to desertification, we see that it's very useful, especially for LDN interventions. If we refer to the LDN hierarchy of avoid, reduce, reverse, we see that protection is the cornerstone, if not the main measure for avoidance of degradation. And having an indicator that tells us the protection coverage is really useful. Not only the national extent of KBA protection, but also where those KBAs are located in the landscape is a very important tool. And that spatial data is actually available from our partners, our technical partners, and that's something that we can look at trying to integrate into the national reports on behalf of parties so they can use that as well. The same geospatial data is also very important for the spatial planning process and integrated land use planning and adopting more biodiversity-friendly spatial conservation planning. We also see that there is no additional reporting burden in this indicator and that it is already an SDG. So by its inclusion, we see a win-win situation, in fact. And that is also addressing some of the comments from the small island developing states on the need for access to better data and technical resources and how to plan and quantitative data specifically and how to understand the quantity and state of biodiversity. So that spatial data is out there and we can publish guidelines on how to use it in our reporting documentation. On the subject of DART, I think my colleague Sarah might make a comment. Thank you.
Yes, I would like actually to build, first of all, on the final comment by Eswatini on the need for practical steps to really make these synergies among the convention become a reality. And on the side of reporting, some of the practical steps that we are considering are the harmonization and interoperability of tools that are used under these processes. One of these tools is DART, which is not precisely a reporting tool, but rather a knowledge management tool. It can be used at the national level to easily organize, share, maintain, and retrieve information across different MEAs. And we have had initial conversation with the UNEP to also integrate the UNCCD strategic framework into this tool. There was a request on this before this committee here in Uzbekistan. There was a request on this by the IWG in one of its meetings, the IWG on the midterm evaluation of the strategy. So we had preliminary consultation with them. Similarly, we are working very closely with FAO and with the CBD on ensuring harmonization and interoperability between the firm and praise, so that eventually one day we will be able to have praise, land degradation neutrality targets in praise forwarded to or synchronized with the information contained in the firm. And we would certainly be happy to explore further collaboration and synergy with our colleagues from the Ramsar Convention, as they also mentioned tools that could be useful to the UNCCD process. Thank you very much.
I thank the UNCCD Secretariat for the clarifications made. Distinguished delegates, we have just concluded the general discussion on Strategic Objective 4 under Agenda Item 2 and the overall discussions on Agenda Item 2. Further discussions will continue in the CRIC contact group, which will meet immediately following the adjournment of this meeting in MET 8. We will reconvene at 10 a.m. sharp tomorrow. This meeting is adjourned.